Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can see my screen. Thank you, Green. See my screen and hear me. And Torty, right on. Okay, guys. So we're good to go in both YouTube and the main room. So I did post in the room a little while ago. Look at this AAP, this is an earnings play, just getting absolutely thumped downwards. There was a low down here, 47.73. That was the low I was looking at. And this actually, I think it got a little bit below it. I'm trying to see what the low today was. Yeah, it got below it actually. So 47.73 on the weekly, that was a low. It actually got down to around 47. A little bit of a pop off that low here, but wow. I mean, AAP just getting hammered down. You know, that's a pretty low float for an expensive stock, 58 million, and down 22%. And it's guidance, all about downbeat FY24 guidance, all about the guidance. So there's AAP. Another one that was getting thumped down a bit here, Urban URBN, another earnings play. Look at this on the daily chart, just hanging around that 200-day moving average for quite a while. And then now today, earnings right down through that 200-day moving average. Now on the weekly chart, the next lows look like around 34.26. So about $1 to the next lows. Looks like there could be some support in that area. Couple of weekly lows right there. Now, non-Zuo, just one more earnings play maybe to take a look at, just a cheap one. But I did see that, is it Needham? No, maybe not Needham. ZUO, yeah, $15. So this is an earnings play. ZUO and Needham's put a $15 price target on, and that's on the ZUO through the 200-day moving average. Now, looks like to me anyway, looks like there could be a lot of resistance around the 950 mark. So we're at 924 right now. Just looking at this daily chart. Not an earnings play, MOBX, MOBX, not an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Okay, sorry guys, this is a cheap one. This is actually an earnings play. Looks like there's a lot of stuff it's got to get through though. I'm looking at that daily chart. But it's a massive move for it, 56%. Pretty low float, 24 million in the float. GDC from yesterday looked like it was all over, but man, look at this. Really? Oh, it's above yesterday's high. Above yesterday's high. I'm surprised. So there's GDC above yesterday's high. Closed here at 390, so that's why it's up 288, but it is also above yesterday's high. Now, this one could be interesting. This AIRI, they said they secured a $110 million contract for GTF aircraft engine components. Doesn't say how long it's for. Okay. So that's until 2031. Okay. So it commences in 2025. So it's a 6-year contract, starts next year. Still, obviously, pretty good for this company. They have a backlog of 280 million. AMS, guys, I'm hearing AMS. I'm hearing AMS. AMS just popping here. I'm hearing AMS, American Shared Hospitals. A lot of volume coming in. I don't see any reason for it yet. Give me one moment. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one, guys. Nothing's popping into Interactive Brokers newsfeed yet, but something's happening with AMS. So getting back to the AIRI, what I wanted to talk about. So yeah, so they have the one. So the big deal, of course, is that when you look left, now looking left, looks like there is some resistance. 555 is the next high, looking left on the weekly chart. Takes that out. I mean, it's very close. Takes that out. The next high is way up here at 740 on the weekly chart. So, and it's a low float, 2.4 million in the float. So anything could happen with this one. Amex stock, interesting. HIMS, HIMS, HIMS was having a bit of a pop here. Needham again initiating coverage with a $24 stock price target. So that's a couple of upgrades by Needham on one on HIMS and the other one on ZUO. So $24 price target. So they're initiating coverage on HIMS. Of course, this is an obesity drug, basically an obesity drug. Or that's the reason why it popped. Back here, or here, I guess, right here, that week. Anybody find any news on AMS? I don't see anything, but some volume came in, obviously. Popped it up big. Low float, 3.98 million in the float. And let's take a look at the SPY ahead of the market open, guys. So the SPY is, it's positive, up 1.65. I'm looking at the SPY right here, up 1.65. So we're in for so far anyway, a positive open. Let's take a look at the economic calendar, what's going to be happening today. We've already had some numbers come out at 8:30. I saw you guys talking about it. Whatever. Jobless claims, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index, 9:45. That could be something. 9:45, the PMI Composite Flash. 10 o'clock, we've got existing home sales. 11 o'clock, we've got the Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Index. So we do have stuff happening still. 9:45, that could affect the market with the PMI Composite Flash and existing home sales at 10 o'clock. So a couple of more numbers that could come out that could affect the market, short term anyway. Yeah, pretty big news up here in Canada with both our big railways going on strike. Canadian Pacific, and Canadian National, both going on strike. So that is going to certainly. Well, I know they do a lot of transport a lot of goods into the United States, so it will affect some supplies in the United States, but certainly in our country. I think I mentioned Rev B. I didn't mention Rev B. This is on the way down. Rev B on the way down here. Of course, this was a big one from yesterday. Got up to 350, closed down here at 208, and now below. See if they actually did a financing or something, maybe. Yeah, so this is after the market exercise of warrants for 3.8 million. I guess that's a kind of a financing. You guys have been talking about VRAX. I don't see VRAX anywhere. I'm just checking here. I don't see VRAX anywhere. Take a look at it though. VRAX, VRAX. That's why I don't see it. It's still negative, so it's got to get above here. 650, but it's had a nice run. Yeah, it's had a nice run from 5 up to 6. Here's the high of yesterday. That's where it closed also. Yeah. So close at the high of the day. So I'll put a price alert at that area. Now, there was one I was looking at earlier. Which one was it? Shoot, it was setting up in the go, no go in the free market. I just can't remember what it is. This is a cheap one. I know you guys were talking about it. This is a cheap one, under $1. CISO, still up 36%. I did read this press release. I love how these companies, CISO, an industry leader in proprietary software, managed cybersecurity and compliance, an industry leader. Okay. I don't know how many people know about you, but you are a penny stock, 6.4 million, but you are an industry leader. You know who has earnings today that is actually up is Peloton. Unbelievable. PTON had earnings, reports an unexpected Q4 sales growth, first time since 2022. Positive EBITDA since 2021. How about that? Seems to deliver meaningful as opposed to unmeaningful free cash flow, at least 75 million. Maybe that's an accounting term. I don't know. But anyway, there's Peloton, guys. Huge float, 339 million in the float. So I guess, listen, the one you really watch, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, of course, but if it takes this out right here, this high, right, well, it looks like it is right now, 555. So yeah, 555. So it's above that weekly high, guys. I mean, it's an eye-catching press release, $110 million over 6 years starting next year. Okay, so it's an eye-catching press release. Most people probably don't even look down here. They just see a $110 million contract. That's it. But look at the float, 2.4 million in the float. I'm not trying to downplay the contract, but people won't probably see that it doesn't start till next year, and it's a 6-year contract. Still really good. Don't get me wrong. I think most people just probably looked at the headline and that's it. So this reminds me a little bit like the GDC yesterday. Ooh, look at it. Is this correct? No. Okay, forget it. I'm still hanging tough. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors before this market opens. Ooh, I got to get a move on here. Yeah, I did see that Snow is an earnings play, isn't it, PJ? I did see something about this morning. And, They were disappointed in some aspect of their earnings release. Well, before I take a look at it, let's take a look at the major sectors, guys. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green, meaning 95% of the stocks that make up XLE, only one actually down. Probably tell. EQT is the only one that is actually down from yesterday's close. It was guidance. Thank you, William. Okay. Nothing really jumping out at me. Netflix, though. Netflix, look at Netflix for whatever reason. A little bit weak this morning. Not a lot of volume, though. So the only one I want to take a look at right now in terms of the 200-day moving average is XLE. Still a struggle, guys. It is still, look at that. I mean, it's still hanging around the only one, the only major sector that is, I guess we can call it, right, sitting right on that 200-day moving average. That is the energy sector. Okay. We'll take a quick look at discretionary XLY, but I think all the other averages and market was up yesterday, so I'm assuming, yeah. So all the other major sectors are now starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. XLE is still struggling to clear it. So let me take a look at SNOW, SNOW. Yeah, so it is almost down 10%. That's a big float. That's a big move with that float. So I wish there was just a clearer room down without all these little areas where it could stall. Next low looking left is around 120. Loop Capital. Okay, well, Loop is stepping in, trying to prop it up. Maintains their coverage. Excuse me, with a buy and a target of 185. So the stock's sitting at 121. That is Loop Capital. KeyBank. Also, so some of these analysts are trying to step in and prop it up. Well, it's interesting. You're saying multiple companies lowering target. So far now, I've seen a couple. I'm not saying there aren't any that are lowering. Right now, I'm seeing 168. Now, maybe they had a higher target, but 168 now for KeyBank, Scotiabank outperforming a target of 165. Huh, interesting. TD Cowen 180. Now, it may be that they had higher price targets before. Now, Raymond James, for instance, here. Okay, so all those companies, all those analysts that I just looked at, it's very possible that they had higher price targets because Raymond James cuts the target from 200 to 188, but still these price targets that they're putting on way above, and a lot of these analysts step in. Rosenblatt, yeah. So I mean, they're cutting, but still way above. Went from 195 to 180. Needham, so they're cutting, but still above 210, 160. So you're probably right, PJ. Multiple companies are lowering their target, but the target is still way above the current price. Piper Sandler, maintain coverage with overweight and a target of 165. Boy, a lot of companies coming in here. Baird, 152. So that's probably the lowest that I've seen. Redbush cuts price. So you were right. They're cutting their target. Most of these firms are cutting their target. This one from 210 to 140. Anyway, interesting. So there's Riley again. So Riley in the news again. Well, still in the news. Okay. Here's your operative word, guys. Asset management company Oaktree could purchase a 51 to 55% stake in B. Riley. Okay. Could be announced as early as next week. It's not been finalized yet, making it possible for terms to change or the deal to fall through. So it's, some of you out there might think, well, I guess it's a done deal. I should buy it because it's probably going to be above the current price. Well, remember, anything can happen. It could happen or it could not happen. So how's Airi doing, guys? AIRI still above that weekly high, 555, still holding above that weekly high. Yeah, Opera, thank you. I know Opera's also an earnings play, isn't it? OPRA. Yeah, Opera's an earnings play, OPRA. I was amazed that this company's out of Norway. One of the old time browsers. Beats 22 cents, beats the 17-cent estimate and 109 million instead of 108 million. CSIQ is also an earnings play, guys. CSIQ is also an earnings play. Moving down on earnings. Canadian Solar. All right, guys. So if you have our AI, you're part of the contest and all, so you have access to our AI, or if you're a new premium subscriber, remember, this is all I would look at. I would look at this screen, and if you click on new from the toolbar, we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see when you load it. And the other thing I would do is I would get rid of, if you don't see none in the filter, I would hit that down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. More than likely profitable trades is checked. Watch them all day, no matter where they are. That's my advice. Okay. And notice the screen is blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:40. And that is by design. Okay. Didn't mention Lunar. Lunar was on the move here, guys. LUNR. It got close to yesterday's close, so it's a little bit above yesterday's close now. Okay, I got to admit, I like the bar charts because it tells me the close. I can see the close. I can see the open. Peter Smith, what do I think about Peloton? Well, I mean, obviously, you know that they released earnings, and it's an earnings surprise. That's about all I can comment on it. You know what it's going to do. You know, it did get up to what, $4 or so in the pre-market. That's kind of where it stalled. Well, 378 is the next high. Looking left, it's kind of right there. I mean, if it can get through four, but look, I have a hard time believing it'll get through four. all we can say is that it was an unexpected Q4 sales growth. So no idea why Brokers Plus is not connecting. When you say it's not connecting, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Here's my Brokers Plus connected. So I don't know what you mean by not connecting. Yeah, Airi is the one, guys, that could do the well, it's already now doing the crazy. I was really hoping that it would sit around that 550 mark before the market opened, but look at this now. So the next high is 740. And again, it's a very, very eye-catching press release. You know what? I think this is the one I was thinking about this morning with the transition. Yes, it was. I think it might have been from orange to blue. Maybe I'm wrong, because I didn't yeah, it's no, maybe it might have been this one, the orange to blue. Okay, let me, quickly look at it. What time is it? Oh, I got it. Sorry, Grumpy, I've gotta get my layout that I'm gonna be using once the market opens, so just give me a moment. So just give me a moment while I, load my what I'm gonna use today. I actually think what I might do also is as long as it doesn't tax my system too much, but the market, I might add the, Vegas losers also, but large cap losers up here. But, give me a moment as I adjust my screen on my other monitor. Ah. All right, guys. So what time is it now? A little over a minute before the market opens. So again, so Grumpy, I don't know what exactly is happening on your end. Obviously, so you have move this down a little bit. So I don't know what to say. I mean, you said you click on new, you've loaded Brokers Plus, so the window shows up, correct? And hurry, please, before the market opens. So the window shows up, correct? And of course, you've got to connect. You probably might say not connected. You click on the up here, sim. Now you're connected. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. It's running away from me already. AIRI. Wow, look at this market, guys. Look at this market popping right now. Okay. Now, let's take a look at AIRI and see. There's the VWAP. Okay. So it could, I mean, it's now starting to give it up somewhat. Let's see if if it gets close to the VWAP and maybe the VWAP holds it. Maybe. Wow, look at Peloton actually. Four. We got up to four, got right to that level here. I am surprised. There's PTON. Or JD taking a hit here, guys. JD taking a bit of a hit. Okay, now VRAX. Okay, so it's above yesterday's high now. Okay, VRAX above yesterday's high. I know some of you have been looking at it. Trading lower after the company. This is a financing. I think they did a financing, and yeah, 5 million at 450 a share. So they did a financing. This was yes. This actually was in the afternoon yesterday. No, I'm sorry. This was early this morning, 3:21. Well, I'm seeing it anyway. So early this morning, they announced this financing, and I mean early, but its market is shrugging it off. The financing's at 450, so the market is certainly shrugging it off, way above the financing price so far. Okay, so AIRI, excuse me, AIRI. I mean, I still like this one, but I like to see it pull back a little bit. I mean, it just may not do it. Yeah, I mean, it got up to almost $7, which is that high. Well, 778. That's on the monthly. Let me get to the weekly. I think $7. I think that's what I saw. $7. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a monthly chart I was looking at. So Wolf, I think, is an earnings play. I believe it's an earnings play. Yeah, Wolf is an earnings play. Wow, look at this moving down. I know. Wow, big move down now for Wolf. WOLF. That's a 124 million in the float. That's a pretty big percentage move down with that float. All right. AIRI still kind of hanging in just over $6. So staff pulled back a bit. Now you can see where staff is right now on the daily chart. If you can see get rid of these lines. Well, first of all, there's a 200-day moving average for staff. So it's sitting right at the 200-day moving average for staff. Not shortable for me. So I was thinking about shorting it. All right. PRCT, sorry. So was that your big news, Dragonfly Dreamer? Did you think it was going to move higher? Because um, yeah, so PRCT. That's quite a big drop now for PRCT. Billy guys, BILI. This is an earnings play. Actually on the way down now. This looks like it's going to go negative. This is a China stock, of course, BILI. Yeah, 945. Yeah, thank you, Kasser, for reminding. Yeah, 945. We've got the PMI composite. So those numbers, whatever they're going to be, could affect the market, whatever those numbers are going to be. And then at 10 o'clock, is there anything at 10? Yeah, 10 o'clock, existing home sales. So I don't know how much at 11 o'clock, this Kansas City Fed manufacturing index. I don't know how much that'll have an effect, but certainly 9:45, we could see a bit of a move in the SPY based on the PMI composite number, and then at 10 o'clock, the existing home sales. So a couple of things to keep an eye on. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the leaderboard here. Okay, so we've got Nathaniel still in the lead. Here's Paul. Dinesh was in our YouTube room yesterday. Spanky still hanging in there. Trevor, Squid, and well, Trevor, you're in this room too. Mr. G. Now, I'm going to say this, guys. Okay, don't give up hope. Okay, remember all these numbers have to be audited at the end of the contest. So, there's a chance that some of these numbers. I'm just saying, don't give up hope without getting into any more details. Okay, so if you see somebody way up and you're down here thinking, well, I may as well give up. I can never catch. Don't give up hope. Remember what happened last time, the last contest? The top two actually were turfed. And the reason being is that, and I'm not saying that people are doing it on purpose. They might be just not understanding what the rules are. AMS guys, well, come on. See, I just flashed it for a second here. So okay, so 9:45. So we have 3 minutes to the PMI. So great, Scott. Yeah, you can use. There's still time to enter the contest if you want. When you say anyone, can anyone do it? Sure. But if you are a standard subscriber right now, you'd have to. If you're a premium subscriber, you can get right into the contest. Okay, if you want. If you're a standard subscriber, you will have to pay the $777 to get into the contest. $4,000 first prize Amazon gift certificate. I just put the link in. You can take a look at it. Okay. I was saying I don't know if you're just kidding or trolling. I mean, to say something like that, should I quit your job? You're a beginner. You don't know anything about the market. Should I quit my job? Anyway, I'll treat it like it is it's a real question. All right. So if you go to my homepage, and click on the link that I just put in there, you can take a look at this Trading 101. Okay, series of videos, all free. I can show you some of the basics about understanding how to read charts, etc. Okay. Wow, look at Urban, guys. Urban has come right back. Urban has come right back. It's an earnings play. It's at the high of the day, still down 9% or 10%. But look at the pop for Urban, still way below the 200-day moving average, 40.51. So saying again, I don't know if you're just kidding. I mean, nobody can answer a question like that. How long does it take to be profitable? Okay. I mean, you're starting from again. If I'll treat it like a serious question, but it's an impossible question to answer. All depends on how much time you're willing to put in, how much discipline you've got, how good you are at money management. Okay. All right. Zoom. Good old Zoom. Remember Zoom? Earnings play, guys. Actually, it's an earnings play. ZM is an earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, but it is an earnings play. And yeah, moving. Continued strength following better than expected reported Q2 financial results yesterday. So they released earnings after hours yesterday, and this is zooming higher here. Shaw, well, I don't understand. Well, you don't understand the rules for the game. Well, you have to short. Okay. I can't really add more to that. It's a short only contest. So, Dragonfly, for in the contest, you can click on new from the channel bar and then click on dock channel where it says portfolio master challenge. Click on that. And you should see a pop up somewhere. This popped on my other monitor. This is the leaderboard right here. So you can take a look at the leaderboard. Okay. And we show the top 10. Torty. My goodness, Torty. He's in our YouTube room. Okay. So that's how you can monitor how well you're doing. Yeah, like you're absolutely right, Grumpy. I just people just have to read. You can't buy more than 20,000 shares or short more than 20,000 shares at a time. You have you can only do 5 round trips max for one stock. 20,000 shares. What's my take on Zuo? Let's take a look at Zuo. Well, I mean, it's an earnings play. Still up for the day, and there were some. I know there was a price target of $15, I think, put on it by Needham. You can see where it got to, though. Right into this area on the daily chart. There was a high right there, right into that area, and can also see that it's right at the 200-day moving average. So there's a lot. Uh, so ticked off. Yeah, Airi got halted. I'm not ticked off. You guys are in this one, fabulous. I was just kind of hoping that it would settle down just a little bit before the market opened, but did not happen. Halt's good. Well, let's see. This is the first halt. Yeah, first halt of the day. So 681. So not really a big clue. So again, this is blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. So there's the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but it is AIRI. 681 is the halt. This column here can kind of tell you where it could open, but it's not giving us any sort of a big clue because it's right at that halt price. This column here can kind of tell you where it could open once it resumes. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll be 9:53 plus 22 seconds. And staff just opened, came out of its halt, guys. Staff came out of its halt. So staff was halted at 409. So yeah, it didn't really pop up. So it gets over 409 again. This could, let's see where it could go. I mean, I have to look at a monthly chart now to see where staff could go. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance between here and about 430. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of monthly highs. So it may not, I mean, it could get to the 430, I guess, but it could stall there a couple of months. The high right there was 419. The high right there was 428. Pretty close to those right now. I mean, it's already up 228%. So Well, I have no idea if or when that could ever happen, but you can also go to info at trade-ideas, okay, and suggest that as a feature. Coming from our customers, better than coming from me, okay? So you can ask that as a feature. So when you right click on an alert window, you can go clear all, okay, clear, that. Oh, you're talking about deleting every single price alert from every single alert window all at once somehow? My I would wonder how many price alerts window do you have open? Because I mean, to me, you shouldn't have so many open that it's such a big deal just to go to the individual ones and clear. But because you might have too many open then, if you're thinking that it's a bit of a hassle. Oh, you didn't know the clear all. Oh, okay, okay, good. Yeah, just right click, clear, and that'll clear them all. You'll probably see the last one. Okay, you'll probably see the last one. Oh, that's what you're looking for. Well, there you go. I'm glad you asked the question. Talking to Mindy in our YouTube room. Okay. All right. Well, Airi opened and it opened. Yeah, it popped way above. Well, not way above, but there was the hot price 681. Boy, get out of there. So it popped up to, well, actually, that was a big pop. It got up to 762 from the halt price of 681. This is not shortable for me. My guess is that people in the contest are probably looking at this one to short. So interesting. So RAI found the short on Urban URBN. Remember, I was talking how it had nice recovery, and but it said, okay, enough is enough, and a short right there at 36.88, almost a dollar move now. So this QXO has been on a nice run. I know that Shady has been probably swinging this one. QXO, not CXO. Let's take a look. Expand this out a little bit. It's so exponential looking. It's hard to see where the next high is. I do think it's up here. I don't know what happened. I can't really remember what happened. Why it had the massive drop. Well, Cheng, you're in an active day trading room, really. I mean, certainly, we do have. I mean, there are people in here that have. You can take a look at some of these stocks that set up on a day trade. If they finish up well, people will hold them. Okay, guys. Okay, how about the NNE, the nuclear technology company, microreactor? How's that NNE doing? The high yesterday, or that's today. Sorry, high yesterday was well, actually it's above the high of yesterday. So the high of a couple of days ago was 1380. So ZIM from our AI, not doing too badly. The alert at 3471, a little bit of a move here. It is an earnings play. Okay, let's take a look at this leaderboard now in the contest. So Paul has taken over from Nathaniel. Ooh, Mohammed has disappeared. All right, guys, I just heard Riley. Okay, Riley now on the way down. On the way down. Now, this is shortable for me. Now, I got to take a look at this one. Riley on the way down, guys. Again, in the news, of course. Will this Oak Street, will they actually take a 51 to 55% stake in the company or not? Yeah, new home sales at 10 o'clock. And so that's the next thing that could affect the market. So let's take a look at the SPY. And after that, we don't have, we have something, I think at 11 o'clock, the Kansas City Manufacturing Index. I have no idea what sort of effect that would have on the market. But right now, I'll keep this up. We have in 15 seconds, we have the new home sales. Let's see what sort of effect that has on the market. Okay, well, the number is out. Looking to see if there's any effect on the market at all. Well, so far, a muted reaction. All right, I do see that AAP has actually had a nice comeback. Shoot, I should have been watching this one. This was moving down, down, down in the pre-market, got all the way down to $47 approximately. So it is having a comeback now. Okay, AAP is at the high of the day. Oh my goodness, look at Airi. Right back up. Well, my idea was good. I just wanted it to settle down a bit. But the Airi, now this is the type of stock that later on in the day, if it does kind of settle down a little bit, Later on in the day, this could have another big rip. And I'm talking about in the afternoon, of course. We've seen a lot of these sort of stocks, the low floaters that maybe settle down. Oh, man, I just have to resist the urge to chase it right now. Yeah, like GDC yesterday, exactly, SK. Speed, yeah, I mean that was awesome. I mean, yeah, I actually had to. I had to pipe in because that was an awesome move yesterday afternoon. This move here, I had exited the room, but I did get. I'm sorry, not that move right there. That's the post market right here. Yeah, right here. Look at that move. Whew. What time is it now? 10:03. In about 10 minutes, I'll be going over my homepage and a lot of the information you're seeing here. All right. So to change the time frame, Grumpy. Now, this is in the user guide, but I will show you. I'll duplicate this window so I don't. Okay. So if you want to stop the race, just click that the square. Stop the race. Okay. Right click. Show the race setup, and here's your minutes to run right up there. So that's how you can change it. Everything else too, but you're asking specifically for that, so you can change it right there. Okay. And then start the race again. Okay. I just need an answer, Grumpy. Yes, yes, no. Yeah, well, the gear is just. You're right. I mean, the gear is just for the price and the volume. You're right. Would have been maybe nice, but this also. I mean, you should know what the race is based on. So I that's my feeling anyway. Is to go to the guide and you can see everything that you can customize in your race. Okay, guys. Just looking at a couple of things for that. Aries still is so strong. Riley continues down here, guys. Riley continues down at that whole number now. The next low looking left is way down here around $5. So as it continues to give it up, oh man, what I'm like I would have to have a bigger pullback for me to do anything now. But I'm not cheering for a pullback because I know a lot of people are in this one. There's the VWAP. I mean, that'd be a massive pullback to 639. That would be a dollar drop. I'm hoping that later on in the day, in the afternoon, it just kind of maybe settles down a bit Even if it hangs between 7 and the current, well, it looks like it's just going to keep ripping. But maybe, later on, if it pulls back, and then in the afternoon, we have that jump. But, I'm just not going to chase it now. Look at that pullback now. See, I wish the VWAP was a lot closer. So look at that pullback. I mean, went from 777 to 709 in a heartbeat. All right, FFIE, you guys are talking. This is Faraday or something, right? Yeah, Faraday. Future Intelligent Electric, okay? FFIE. Big volume. Big volume. 3.3 million, 11 million in the float. So they did a reverse split on the 19th, I guess, or in thereabouts. They did a reverse split. See what their see if we can see what the ratio is. Anybody offhand know what the ratio of the reverse split was for Faraday, FFIE? Wow. Third reverse split since August of 2023. Wow. So it's a 1 for 40. Oh, man. So it's a 1 for 40 reverse split. Ooh. And so they have done within a year, they've done 3, and the last one at 1 for 40. 1 for 80 previously, 1 for 3, 1 for 40. You do the math, guys. Oh, all right, let's take a look at some of these ones that have they're in this. I'm going to go over the races, okay? But I just want to take a look at some of these. Let's take a look at large cap. See, not too many on the way up on the large cappers. There's the QXO. Sorry, not Sprint. Sentinel. Sentinel is in the large cappers. And Ben had some pretty bleak news yesterday. It had a big fall yesterday. It showed up on the go no go scan. I haven't had a chance to even look at one of them today. The go no goes. You're just saying that, Oliver, because you want to short it at the top, right? No. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at this contest right now, guys. So Paul is in the lead. Nathaniel second. Van Mark. So Dinesh. So we've got. I'm just looking at the ones who are in our room. You're making real money on it. Okay. Perfect. Spanky is still in the top 10. These are people who we know are in our trading room, either YouTube or the main room. My guess is that there's still people probably short a GDC again at that pop in the pre-market all the way up to 763, short in the contest. Well, the best one right now from an AI is Chris, CRIS, on a short, 805, 735. Wolf has been pretty good. ZM has been pretty good. Peloton is right back to the alert price, Peloton, PTON. It should be, well, this shows the profit. Here's the leaderboard. I mean, this is the total right now. This is the combined legal. This is the combined right here. Johnny Mag. Well, that shouldn't be if you're a premium subscriber. When you click on the Brokerage Plus window, when you say they're still trying, but what happens when you click on the Brokerage Plus window? Okay, and when you click on the Battle of the Bears, well, doesn't it? Okay, well, um, total today. Okay, so I guess if you add one of the columns, could be columns. Maybe you have to add this one. Total P&L. Okay, maybe add that total P&L, not just today P&L. Okay, and just move that over. Click on it, move it over. Okay, here's your. Again, this is just in the. This is actually not in this account. So Johnny Mag, when you load the Brokerage Plus, when you load Brokerage Plus, and you connect, make sure you are connected. What do you see? Do you not see Battle of the Bears? And you just click on it. You should be able to start to trade. If you're having a problem, okay, I'll have to send you to our homepage or my homepage, and you can start a chat with somebody and say, "Hey, listen, I'm a premium subscriber. How come you're charging me 777?" Okay, so go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and where it says "Need help," click on the "Need help," click on the "Ask," and then click on the chat. Okay, and give them your email address so they can confirm you're a premium subscriber. So, but what is happening? I don't understand. When you open Brokerage Plus, I just thought that if you can access you can access this account right here, you're in. All right, guys. Well, Peloton has come back. Yeah, it has come back. So you don't see that account in your drop down. Okay, that's very interesting. Make sure. So you do see the other one. So you see paper trading. You see paper trading, right? Okay. All right. And you are connected. I mean, you are connected, of course. Not that that should matter if you can see paper trading. And when you click on that and you don't see Battle of the Bears, yeah, okay, you'll have to go to the account. I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. Don't know how to help you. I just did. Oh, you didn't click on the account box. Oh, I see. Okay, that's how you do. You click on the account box, and then you should see the Battle of the Bears. So to bring up the leaderboard, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then you can see there's a channel, the PMC Master Challenge. Okay, just click on that, and you should get a pop up somewhere. And this is popping up on my other monitor, and here it is. So you can have this up and running. You don't have to be on the channel. Okay, and you can get out of the channel, and then you can have this leaderboard if you want. That's what I do on my other one of my other monitors. Ugh. Well, guys, there's the Airi. Unbelievable that I did not pull back at all for me. I was so hoping it would just hang around this area and then move. But congrats for those who took it early. And now it's halted. Yeah, just got halted. All right, guys. Well, there'll probably be another one tomorrow. Yesterday was the GDC. Today's the Airi. So there'll probably be another one tomorrow. Not probably. There always will be one. It's a matter of nailing it. Meanwhile, look at the SPY, guys. SPY is now putting in some big down candles here, or bars, I guess, technically bars. Excuse me. Okay, let me go over my homepage now, guys. So now, if you want to take part in this contest, there is still time. You have the balance of today, and of course tomorrow. It's a 3-day contest, but I mean, look at the leaderboard. Remember, we had a guy named Mohammed at the very top. He's nowhere to be found now. So it depends. You got to take some risks, of course, but I will put the link in. Up to you if you want to sign up for it. All right. So if you click on that link, the contest link, this is what you're going to see. So it'll be $7. This is the big deal. Okay, 777. It's sponsored by Centerpoint. Centerpoint is, and why this is a short only contest. Centerpoint really specializes in having shorts for basically any stock out there. Okay, so that's why this is a short only contest sponsored by Centerpoint. And grand prize $4,000 Amazon gift card for the top performer. Also, the top three winners, top three in the leaderboard, will get up to $15,000 in trading credits from Centerpoint if you open up an account with them. Okay, but this is the big deal. The last contest that we've had, I think we've had about 5 of them. I think the first one was a $2,000 Amazon gift card, the last few have been 2,800. Now it's 4,000. Again, I'm sure Centerpoint kicked in. So that's the contest, guys. So you can see there is still time to sign up for it. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, back in. Oh, area new high here. Well, it's stopped. It's halted. Sorry, it's halted. Okay, let's get to my homepage now. And the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. And again, if you're new to the rooms, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. I usually take off between 2:30 and quarter to 3. I'll always say later if there are questions. William, under no obligation, uh, can keep the main room open until 4. I'll find out if he's going to do that today. Okay, so you must be Brian. Okay, there you are, Brian. Okay, they will cheer you on, as well as Trevor. I'm not cheering Andy. Andy is at Trade Ideas, of course. Andy Lindloff. Okay, my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Let's take a look at AIRI. What did it do? Opened. So it got halted at 866. So it's opened a little bit below the halt price. Okay, William. Okay, well, take care of yourself first, of course, obviously. All right, guys. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Again, if you want to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use the promo code you're going to find on my homepage. This can change, of course. I'm sure we're going to have a slightly better percentage off soon. We usually do during these competitions. But at any rate, use my promo code. That will really help to keep these rooms free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started first. Download and install, first startup and login. These are 10 short videos down to the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Trading 101. So if you are new to trading, this is a great series of videos for you if you're new to trading. All free. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. Here is our user guide. Now, it's like any other software program, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. However, the getting started, almost mandatory. Before you do anything else, the 10 short videos, this is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I'm running a couple of stock races that you see here. This is how you can set up your own. I put price alerts on charts. I do that all the time. And if you want to create a watch list of stocks that you want to follow, here's how you do it. But again, this is a lot of information is in this user guide. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. Getting down to here, the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, scroll down, middle section right here. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the two races that I've got that I am displaying for you. Okay, toggling back and forth. These are these ones up here. I do have another race that I'm sharing. Okay. SK, Andy. Who's Andy? Are you talking about Andy at Trade Ideas? Well, you can go to, are you, SK, are you talking about Andy at Trade Ideas? What Andy are you talking about? Or what, who? Oh, no, quite frankly, I don't share my email. Okay. The reason being is that it's a lot easier for me to answer you here. Okay. A lot of times A lot of times what happens is I get an email and people ask me a question. I email what I think might be something that can help them. It gets emailed back. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. And we go on and on and on. It's so much easier for me to answer you here that such that I can display things. Okay. So there are the two races. No, I don't do one-on-one paid coaching. No. This is the momentum scan is over here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. Sorry, I just don't. I mean, I would have 0 time, but I just don't do that. And let's see, what else, do I have that I'm sharing? Okay, so look, and the Halts resumes is over here. So displaying, these are the ones that I'm displaying off this list, but I am sharing a lot of other scans that you can take a look at, okay? And now don't have them all up and running. Don't load every single one of them and make them as part of your layout. Way too many to have, but you can take a look at them individually. And if it makes sense to your trading style or plan, sure. But certainly don't have them all up and running at the same time. Okay. So, what is trade ideas? That's a good question. Well, let me demonstrate what trade ideas is using this momentum scan. Just going to get it into a free floating window so it's a little easier to demonstrate. So what we're excellent as, we are a great, great real-time alert scanner. Okay. A lot of screening programs out there, which are nothing wrong with a screening program. We do screen, but we're excellent at real-time alerting. So let me show you what I mean by demonstrating this particular scanner. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between 1 and $100, current volume is at least 3. That means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, okay, 10:30 Eastern Time. This is why I call a momentum scanner because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. I say etc. because, and there's Airi. Wow, it's made a new high, I guess. Ugh. Anyway, how it works is this: if all the filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we just see Airi, okay, at 10:31 plus 21 seconds. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, you can have it, of course. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range that I've got. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Maybe you want to take one of these out that you don't like. It's up to you. This is what I like. Certainly not forcing what I like onto you. So you can modify it if you want. Okay. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. You click on search this time. You can see right at the very top the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got: the new high of the day, new high of the day, and a new low of the day. Two most popular that we've got. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm scrolling down through them all. Now, before you start looking at this and saying, man, this is way too complicated, I can't possibly learn them all. Well, the good news is you don't have to. And let me keep scrolling down till I get to these icons. These are the filter icons that we've got. Again, we have a lot of them. You don't have to learn them all. Just give me one moment. Now, the only reason we have so many of these filters and all of these real-time alerts is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters that you see, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay. The only ones I only use personally only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean the ones I'm not using are not good. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay, but your trading style might be very different. So that's why we have a lot of these, real-time alerts and all the different filters. Wow. Well, the simple answer to that question, why it's not showing, is it just didn't meet the filter requirements. Okay, of the scans that made the cut today. I am a little surprised because Holly Neo typically looks at stocks that have had big gaps. And of course, this one had a big gap, but something else must have been in the filters that prevented this from showing. What it is, I don't know because I don't know what the filters are in the AI alerts. Now, what we're planning on doing though is, and I'm not going to call it. What we're planning on doing is, having sort of a different kind of an AI that will show you the stocks that are moving that may be missed in our AI, if that makes sense. Of course, you can come in here and you see the stocks that are moving, but this has turned out to be an excellent short, guys, from our AI. Here's the short at 805, 690 now. This stock is, as we speak, it is a 19% move, and there's ZIM, modest 3.3% move. Wolf on a short, that was a lot better. It has popped up 2%. So, four of them are still profitable. But look at the Chris, really profitable. No, there's no. So the question in our YouTube room: is there a place where users share their scanners? No. Now I share my scanners. In the main room, there are. It doesn't happen that often, but sometimes people, out of the goodness of their heart, don't mind sharing maybe a scan that they created. But there are thousands and thousands and thousands of scans that have been created by users over the last since the company's been in existence. So there's no central repository for that. No. And quite frankly, some users just don't want to share their scans. They spend a lot of time creating them, and they don't want to share them. So the simple answer to your question is no. But I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Whoa, Andy. Well, it'll be interesting. And there's Andy L, who is at Trade Ideas. Okay, he's one of the traders, people who work at Trade Ideas. So he's vaulted to second place now. Okay, Paul is still leading, but Andy is. And you can see his open profit is 12,500. He is in still in. He's only in one trade right now. I can try scalp. If I can't, I can direct you to one of the other traders, and maybe they have a scan that you're looking for. Okay. So I'm talking to scalp. Depends what you're looking for. Have you seen my scans? That's why I think it's a good idea, because when I do take my break between 12 and 1, again, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. 5 days of the week, 5 traders take over. We all have different trading styles, so it's possible, that if I don't have it, scalp, maybe one of them does. So Jamie is in our YouTube room on Wednesdays now. Now, when you say scalping, what do you mean by that? Talking to scalp trader. I'm talking to scalp trader in our YouTube room. What do you mean by scalping? I mean, that can mean different things to different people. Okay. So, this software really is not designed for that. Okay. Enter and exit in seconds. It's really not designed for that. I mean, you're up against, the high frequency traders, HFTs. I mean, I'm not dissuading you, um, but you're talking seconds. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. But Jamie is more now. When I say a scalper, I mean Jamie will take a look at some real cheap stocks, and maybe if it gets a 2 or 3 or 4 cent moves, that he's taking a lot of shares. Could be 5, 10, 20,000 shares. Okay, of like very, very liquid, low price stocks. And Jamie, if you're listening to me, Jamie sometimes listens to me. You might want to chime in our YouTube room. Okay. But if you're looking for something like that, because I don't have anything like that, okay? Well, small caps, I mean, right here, the biggest gainers from the open, these are all probably small cap. What's your definition of a small cap? Well, what market cap? There you go. Thank you. So scalp, Jamie, you just thank you, Jamie. You just showed up in the room. Okay, Jamie, you're seeing what scalp is saying, maximum price 10. So if you've got something for him, that'd be great. So IQ from today, okay, well, but he's saying maximum of okay, there you go. Boy, this Chris is just moving down, and I don't see any reason for this. Now I had a big jump this week, big jump yesterday actually, and then I'm sorry, Chris is okay. So Chris is still sorry. I thought this was down for the day. So Chris was CRIS. Not anybody listening whose name is Chris. I'm not talking to you. CRIS. So this is still positive for the day, but it is really fading from that jump at the beginning. So that scan from our AI obviously was looking for stocks that they consider maybe were overbought. That's really not a, but when you say a small cap, maximum price 10, but what if they had 100 million in the float? Or, that's not necessarily a small cap scalp trader. That's a low share price, but I mean, if they had 100 million in the, normally when people talk small caps, they're talking about market cap, but it's up to you. But Jamie is giving you one idea, the IQ short. All right. Well, I used to have something called low float stocks on the move. Okay. Let's see if I still have something like that. You can take a look at it. Low float stocks making moves. It's a multi strategy window. Let me just see what it looks like. I haven't looked at it for so long. How many? Oh, my goodness. So many are in here. I don't know why I have this, to be honest. That's not mine. I did not create that. I must have. Let me just go float. Low floaters on the move. One alert window. I know I created that one. You might want to take a look at this. Okay. Stock between 50 cents and $10. The volume in the last minute, 2,000% of normal. The float is no more than 10 million. So consequently, usually get some pretty big moves here. So you can take a look at that one if you want. And you can always adjust it. Okay. You want to add some filters to it? Okay. So you can always adjust it, of course, change the minimum. The reason I have such a low minimum volume to start is in order maybe to catch them right off the bat. Okay. But I mean, normally the volume is a lot more. When a stock gets bought out, how long does it take for the stock to move up from the gap up? Does it take weeks? Curious. And also, if person bought the stock prior to the buyout and they sell the day of the gap. Well, this is probably more of a question for maybe for William, but I'm not sure I completely understand. I mean, you're talking about a buyout that is 100%, and then the stock is not trading anymore as that stock, or you're talking about a tentative buyout. I mean, we see tentative buyouts all the time, and you see a stock flatlining on the daily. It means it's still trading. It's still trading as that symbol, okay? But the buyout has not absolutely happened yet. You know, until it happens, I mean, you know, I'm not trying to be trite, but I mean, until it happens, it hasn't happened, right? I mean, we see stock, we see. Look at What was the JetBlue and Spirit and you know, that was on again, off again. Paramount, look at Paramount. That was on again, off again for a long, long time. So until it happens, but if the stock is still trading, I mean, I don't know if what you mean though is if let's just say I'll just pick this one, QXO, okay, as an example. Let's just say that somebody came in and said, you know what, we're going to offer $20 a share for this stock, and the company agrees to it. QXO agrees to it. But just because a company offers that $20 a share doesn't mean it happens instantly the day up. Well, what you might say, of course, is that for many days, the stock will be trading maybe near the buyout price. But there's always something that could happen, before it actually before it happens. And it may not happen. Something could happen. Maybe your DOJ gets involved, or something happens, or maybe not the DOJ, but a federal trades, an FTC. Not no that's Transport Commission. Whoever looks after potential buyouts and monopolies and all of that in your country. Okay, so SEC. I don't know if it's the SEC, but anyway, some board might look at that and go, you know what, we don't like this because it's look at U.S. Steel, classic one. U.S. Steel. Remember Japan, Nippon was looking to buy it, and I kept saying I thought it was highly, highly debatable if your government would let a foreign company or foreign country take over your U.S. Steel. But a lot of people might have said, "Oh, if it's going to happen," it jumped up close to the buyout price, and of course, it didn't happen. I'm sure I'm missing out on the FFIE. How do you enter a stock symbol directly to a chart? So this is from Scalp Trader. Okay, so if you left click on the chart you want, okay, just to let system know where you are, what chart you're in. And then normally all you have to do is start typing, okay? Normally that's all you have to do, and the change symbol box will pop up, okay? And then you can click on change or enter on your keyboard, okay? So again, left click on the chart you want and then just start typing. Now, if for some reason the symbol box does not show up like this, okay, and sometimes people have to hit the space bar. If you hit your space bar, then the symbol box shows up and then you can start typing. Interesting, because I don't see any news on this one, the FFIE. I don't see any news. It's not an earnings play. I guess you know what the only news is they did a reverse split, and now for whatever reason, people are piling into this for a while. Ugh, I wonder if this showed up. Oh my goodness! See, I'm missing out, guys. I'm missing out. Have not been able to take a look at the go no go scan, the 3 minute go no go scan. How awesome was this right here? Orange, one bar, blue. We would have had the alert at 379. I can see it right here. Actually, at 398. Yeah, 398 right here. And that's how it works. I'm not saying they're all going to be like this, but I wish I'd seen this one. Hmm, interesting. So yeah, this is halted. So here's your halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is FFIE. Halt price 544. Right here, 545. Now it's not giving us a big clue as to where it's going to open. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, the blue screen you see here. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I was wrong about Peloton. I really thought Peloton would get stuck at 4, but boy, PTON. I'd be very interested to see how this trades tomorrow. I mean, there's a bit of euphoria about it. First sales increase in 9 quarters. That is 2 years and 1 quarter. So, and this is an AI play, 396, 426 now. All right, FFIE just resumed, and what happened? It was halted at 544, and it did not pop above that yet. Remember now, this is moving on no news, guys. No news. The only news really is that I don't know, people are trying to take advantage of the fact that they did another reverse split. So that float actually probably you probably have to divide that by 40. So this is going to be such a crazy low float. So it's possible there are only about 250, 270,000 shares in the float. So that's why this is having this crazy move. Traders somewhere are pumping this. Okay, so Casa, you're saying I remember you're talking about that. So they changed their name from SSNT, but what happened here? I still don't understand. I thought maybe there was a big gap in time, but no, this is the next day. So maybe it was SSNT here. Now it's QXO, but yeah, I just don't understand. I thought maybe this was a huge gap in time, but no, this is the next day. So, Draw, do you think that's been adjusted for the reverse split? So maybe it's a special dividend. Okay, one of these. Okay. So, do you think this has actually been adjusted for the reverse split? Okay. Well, So maybe our number is sort of correct then. You know, hard to get a handle sometimes on these when, companies done 3 reverse splits within a year, and it's some pretty high ratios. Okay, well, okay. So we're in the ballpark then. 12 million, 11 million. Okay. All right, let me go over these races, guys. What time is it now? 10:57. Fast morning so far. Go over the races. So what you're seeing here, these are two races that I'm running, okay? One's the large cap gainers from the open and biggest gainers from the open, and I will explain them. So you'll notice that a top 10 list has been automatically built for you, okay? Well, that scan I gave you possibly would show you scalp, okay? That scan I gave you would probably show you. But look at this race right here. Look, the race is showing you right here. This race is showing you FFIE. And these are all low float situations typically because, anyway, let me just keep going on this, explain what the race is all about. So I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whatever time frame you want. Go to my homepage, click on the education section, go to the guide, and then go to TI Stock Racing, and that'll show you how you can create your own race with your own parameters. I am running a 4-minute race. So what does this mean? Well, since the race started a little over 40 seconds ago, what this is telling me is right now, top has moved the most. Okay. It's 1.33%. No big deal, but this is what is since the race started. All right. So now you can see the top, or sorry, that Airi now is leading the race. Okay. And that's what happens. The stocks that are moving the most could move up the leaderboard and get to the top here. But what I would be doing, first of all, is I would click on anything you see in the leaderboard because something could be happening with that stock. Okay. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race, to click on it. Look at staff now. This is now leading the race. We're about not quite 2 minutes into the race, 3.4%. So what happens though is you can see that there is a top 10 list that is built for you automatically, made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So in the number one position, you can see that Airi has won 5 races, FFIE 5 races, etc. This is a great, can give you, I know I'm just talking to you, Scalp. I know it might sound like I'm talking to you, but I'm talking, of course, everybody who's listening. This can give you a great focus on stocks like this. Okay. You can just concentrate on this top 10 list if you want. So the question right now, though, should be from all of you, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? So let me show you why they're showing up. So if I right click on this race, one of the options is open top list. So I just opened it, it popped on my other monitor. All races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click on the top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window to run a race from. This is what I'm looking for in this top list window. As long as a stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Now, typically, for a stock to be at the top here and moving a certain percentage, most of the time, it's going to be a lower price stock. Okay, not necessarily though. I'm not. I won't limit it, but I rarely see larger price stocks in here. So that is what my top list is based on. Of course, you can create your own top list and base it on your parameters. Your price range, anything else you want to add. Now, before we had races, how a person would use a top list window is you could sort on any column header that you had. So for instance, this is the change from the close, C percent. That's the change from the close. So if I double left click on it, I can tell you that staff is leading based on the parameters I've got, so the right price range, minimum volume, and all that. It has moved 200% from yesterday's close. Airi has moved 107%, etc., all the way down. If I wanted to see the stock that has moved the most from its opening trade of the day, as long as I have that as a column header, change from the open, I do. So if I double left click on it, FFIE has moved 49% since its first trade of the day. Airi is 26%, etc., all the way down. So that's how we used to use. Well, you can still use top lists like that. It's a classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, well that's how you can do it. What the race does though takes it a step further. What if down here, Oscar, OSCR, where are you now? Well, COSM. What if COSM all of a sudden, for whatever reason, started moving up in this list of stocks? How would you ever know that? You couldn't possibly know that unless nobody's going to stare at a huge list of stocks to see what stock might be moving up. Well, that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the top here. All it cares about is, all right, when the race started, what stock is moving up the most in this huge list of stocks? That's all it cares about. Okay. Now, staff happens to be something that is, obviously one of the big movers, but out of nowhere, you can get a stock that is just all of a sudden, for whatever reason, maybe some news hits, maybe some group somewhere in the world is starting to pump it, and you can start to see a stock moving up that you haven't seen before. Click on it as the stock is moving up, or what I'd be doing, I would be clicking on anything I see in this list just to see what it looks like. Here's BME. Haven't seen this one for a while. BMEA. Maybe it's starting to set up. Maybe part of your trading style. Maybe it's sitting on the VWAP. 684 is the VWAP. It's just a little bit above it. Maybe if you're that type of a player, maybe you want to see stocks that are, just a little bit above the VWAP. VWAP that is acting maybe as support, and maybe it moves from there. So this is not just for finding stocks near the high of the day. Okay. It can also show you stocks that have maybe pulled back to a certain level. I mean, Chris is still showing up, but boy, now maybe it'll find a bottom somewhere. Maybe. I don't know where the VWAP is. It's probably way below the VWAP. Doesn't look good though. I mean, it's way below the VWAP. Okay, so that's that race. This race is a little bit bigger. Look at that percentage move, for instance, 4.5%. Typically, you will not get a percentage move like this in the large cap gainers. Okay, and notice it's not even full. And the reason being is that what I did was in this top list window, it's based on this, or this race is based on this top list window. Look how few stocks have made it into this top list. Okay, and if I right click and configure on it, click on configure, you can see what I added in that race. I added market cap because some of you, don't want to see volatile situations. They want to see something maybe a little smoother. And so typically, what you would do then is have a higher market cap. So in this particular race, the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay, and here's the price range I'm using. Again, you can change anything you want, but that's why we're not seeing too many stocks today, that are meeting the filter requirements. But the same thing happens. A top 10 list is automatically created for you. Well, I don't know if it's all you need, Scalp, but you can take a look at it. I don't know if it's all you need to set up yours, but you can take a look at it for sure. This will show you stocks so that are, usually they're large. You can just look at most of the prices are, under 10. You don't necessarily have to be, but if you wanted to and you took that race, You can see here how you can adjust the price range. You click on the gear if you want. So if you want that, I mean, it's on my homepage. In a moment. So here's my homepage link again. But that other scan I gave you, I mean, that's an alert window. I mean, that should be, that should be a reasonable one for you also. So if you click on my homepage link, and anybody who's listening, clicking on my homepage link and click here, here's my scan. So again, those are the two races that I'm sharing. So the one you might be wanting, scalp specifically for you, is the top one right there. Okay, then that's this one right here. And this one, the second one is the large cappers. Take a look at the leaderboard. How has it changed? So Vanmark is now, wow, we got a great race going here, actually. Great race going. We got Paul at 40,000, Vanmark at 39,000, Andy from Trade Ideas at 33,000. Dinesh, who's in our, sometimes in our YouTube room, still hanging in there. Trevor, who is in both rooms, hanging in there. Spanky in the room. I just recognizing people who are in the rooms. It's getting tough. Yeah, it's getting tough, but hang in there. You notice that, for instance, Mohammed had been leading most of the day yesterday. He has disappeared. Obviously, he blew up his account. Well, these are all bullish stocks. It depends what you scalp. It depends what you mean by a bullish stock. Okay, I mean a stock that's that's up for the day and moving. Well, you could take that top list. You could create this. Oops, sorry guys, when my monitor disappeared on me. One of the cool things we can do is I'm going to open the top list at that race that it is based on, and how you can flip scans and top list windows. Flipping meaning this. So if I right click on this, now the only thing that can be flipped, it will be the price has to be down 2% from the previous close. Okay. So if you like the parameters that are here, but now you want stocks that are moving down, instead of having to recreate the scan from scratch, what you can do, I'm going to duplicate well, I don't, okay, I'm going to duplicate the window. But what you can do is right click, configure, and then you see where it says flip. When I flip it, now the stock has to be down at least 2% from the previous close. I say, okay. Now I see these are all stocks that are, call them bearish. Now you can launch the stock race from here. Okay, so this would be just the opposite of this one. See what it looks like right now. Rates is just starting. Yeah, you can just get rid of these. It's hard to see that this will get bigger. So there's ZV, so there's a, there's ZVSA moving down as an example. Okay. You obviously want to give it another name, because losers. What I'll do is I'll just, here, that's a little better. Yeah. So these are going to be the biggest losers. Okay. So I can give this to, first of all, I'm going to, save it to the cloud. Okay. So I can give this to you if you want. You can take a look at that in race format. Okay. What was your, I don't want to use your email address. Let me send you a private message. You can give me your email address. Okay. Okay. So give me your email address that you use. I just don't want Shady. I just don't want you to put your email address, in the room. So I just sent you a private message. If you can just put your email, so I can tell them, okay, this person sent you a question. Here's the email address. What's going on? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hmm. Guys, I got something going on my, just give me a moment, please. And my other monitor is flickering on and off. One you can't see. So just give me a moment. Son of a gun. You're right. I went on mute. Thank you. Okay, let me do this again. So I'm going to go over the go no go charts right now. Okay. So if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, just click on go no go charts, one of the channels. Click on new and then dock channel bar, and then go no go charts. And these are two videos that show you explain what they're all about, and also here some text explaining what the color transitions are all about. Okay. As I said, don't. This is a $50 a month add-on. Okay. Now it may not be for you. It may not be what you're looking for. So now you can always you can always try it for a month. You can use my promo code. You get 15% off the first month. But before you do anything, take a look at the videos. And the reason why it's an add-on, this is not our technology. We're licensing it on the people who created Go No Go. But what we've done, and I think we're the only ones, because there are Go No Go charts on other platforms, trading platforms. But what we've done is we've value added to it because we've now created scans based on the Go No Go charts. Okay, these are longer term. These are daily charts, but we've also got one for intraday trading. Go Momo 3 minute charts. And so that's what I saw earlier was Hawaiian Airlines. So this is what that scan is looking for. Let me get a bigger chart up here. A lot more evident on just to show you what it's looking for. So what we had found is that first of all, the whole idea of the color transition, when you see orange, that is basically telling you, Iris, I know you've seen this before. Market Explorer, click on the Market Explorer, right click, select strategy, down to go, it's called Go Momo 3. Thought you've seen this before. Okay. We're going to click on new, click on Market Explorer. This window pops up, right click on it, select strategy, big box pops up, scroll down. You see little pop-ups as you scroll down, get down to the go no go, the box pops up, and there it is right there. Okay. So typically, the way you use this is that when you see orange, it's basically telling you don't take the trade at all. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. In other words, no advantage going short or long. When it turns pink, it's starting to tell you, okay, we're now starting to see an advantage to maybe go short. The trend is starting to firm up on the short side, starting to. And then when it turns deep purple, now it's saying, okay, we really are thinking the trend could be down in this particular case. So a short opportunity presents itself. Okay. Now, does it mean 100% it's going to do this? Of course not. Okay. But that is what the transition is all about. But what we were finding is that it can be super powerful. Is if we get the transition, say from orange directly to deep purple, or with only one pink bar in between. See how many pinks there are here? So if we had a series of pink bars before it turned purple, I mean, it still doesn't mean it's bad to take the trade, but we were starting to find that it was way more powerful going from orange directly to deep purple or with only one bar in between. So that is what the scan is picking up. It picked up it right here, and I think the alert was at 1751. I ended up taking it, put it down to here, and then I got out of it, and now look where it got down to 1724, and now down to 1710. Now, granted, I would have been out most in this area here, but maybe a reshort. Because what happens is when when you're in deep purple, and then it starts transitioning back to a pink, it's telling you, okay, this trend, this strong trend down is slowing down. Okay, that's strong trend down is slowing down. Be careful. You might want to take some off. That's what that's trying to tell you. So that's on the short side. On the long side, it's just the difference. If I can find one. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm sorting this. Okay, so here's sugary. Okay, it's GRY. So this is just the reverse. Okay, typically, again, orange. Don't take the trade. Don't do anything yet. This cyan. Okay, we're starting to warm up to the idea that it might be a good long, and then it turns blue. Okay, so that's just the reverse. From going orange to pink to deep purple. This is just the reverse. Now, the problem I would have with this, so you can see and the scan is now looking for either orange directly to blue or orange with only one bar in between. And so that's why we get an alert. And it would have been telling me basically the entry would have been around this area right there, 28.25. It hasn't really moved too much from there. But you also have to look at this. That's a pretty big bar. Okay. Obviously, better if the bar is not so big. Okay. So you still have to put your trader's hat on. You don't want to just because you get the alert from the scan. It'd be obviously a little more ideal if the bar was not quite as big, because it looks like you're going to be chasing it. Still may set up though. Well, three echo. If you're listening to me, this is what it's trying to do. Now, when you say a significant breakout, all it's going to do is show you this pattern. Okay, whether that's going to be a significant breakout or not, but it's just going to. I'm talking to three echo. It's just going to show you this pattern. Orange, no more than one bar in between the blue, either right to blue or only one bar. It's going to show you this pattern. Now, whether that's a significant breakout in the making, we don't know. Now, this is in its infancy, okay? We're really testing it. And that, again, here are the alerts today so far. Now, we've got a lot of them. We relaxed the filters a little bit, and I might have to ask Michael, we have to tighten them up a little bit because, well, actually, this is yesterday. I don't know why I'm seeing yesterday. No, I'm sorry, this is today. We're getting a lot. We didn't get as many yesterday, and we relaxed the filters a little bit. I think we reduced the relative volume. Some of these numbers are. I think it has to be at least two, and we relaxed the volume. So we're getting more in here. More is not necessarily better. See, here's another one. So the WSM, we had an alert right around here, 131.91. So that's a pretty good one. Pretty good one, guys. We had the alert around 131.91, and then it popped up to 134. So about a $3 move and not a bad one at all. And that's a good point. Three Echo was saying, is it could be a great validation tool using it with the AI. You know what, guys? Airi is starting to set up nicely for what could, not 100%, this is doing what I was hoping it might do, is maybe just sort of settle down in this area, okay? And they maybe later on in the day, in the afternoon, the volume comes back in and it explodes again. We don't know what's going to do that, but it has that look. I mean, the high of the day is 950. But I think when we look left, what was the monthly chart high? Well, I can't even see it. So what did I say the high was? I say 950. So I just have to take a look at these high 995. So this month right here. So this is not quite 2.5 years ago. It's approaching the highs of 2.5 years ago. Okay. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not later on in the day the enthusiasm comes back. You can see how the volume is just tapered off. But if all of a sudden, you get the volume, this could have another late day explosion. And again, the reason why this is so up, I mean, it's up 109%. The reason why it's so up is because of the very, very, very eye-catching press release. People are looking at that $110 million contract, probably not reading much further. And I'm not trying to downplay the contract, but it starts in January. So it's a 6-year contract. So it's not like they're getting $110 million next month. But it's a great, obviously, it's a great deal for the company. Yeah, so I can tell you why. Question is, too bad the AI didn't find FFI this morning. Okay. Well, I can tell you, but it doesn't explain why it didn't find. I'm going to ask Michael actually why it didn't find AIRI. The reason being is that one of the scans is it has to have a big gap at the open. Okay. And it didn't. A gap. In other words, the opening trade had to be like a big gap up. And you can see that it didn't. Okay. It didn't get going until 950. So that's why on the scan that normally would find something like this, it didn't find it. Why it didn't find AIRI, I'm not quite sure. Michael will have an idea, but because it did have a gap up, the first trade was way above the yesterday's close. So, but it's the way it is. Now look at this TNFA, guys. Low float, very low float. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. TNFA. So this was their news yesterday. Did it do anything yesterday? Not well, sort of, but not really. This was their news yesterday. Prepares to advance MYMD. And we can all use this targeting age-related decline. Yeah, I certainly, if you're talking about, FFI not showing up on our AI, I mean, sure, it showed up many, many places for me. Of course, the obviously in the on the, races. Take a look at this leaderboard now, guys. Boy, we've got a great race going here. Look at Paul and, Van Mark. Little, about $1,000 separating the 2 of them. Andy is still hanging in there. Scott Trades, 25,000. Spanky, you're still doing pretty well. And guys, anything can happen. Somebody finds, some stock. Typically, what most are doing, I haven't looked at all their trades or anything like that, but typically what most are doing are finding stocks that are going parabolic and trying to guess where a top is and then shorting the heck out of them. And of course, if that happens and they take a lot of shares and it drops a lot, that's how you can have the big move. Ah, right, Oliver. Okay. Well, hopefully this time he knows the rules. I hope. Okay, good, good. And when I say know the rules, I'm not, sometimes the rules can be a little complicated. There's 20,000 shares and 100,000 shares and things like that. And I don't think people are breaking the rules on purpose. But know this, that when the contest is over, Michael Noss will be going through an audit, probably with the top 15, just to make sure that no rules were broken. Okay. And that's why in the last race, the last contest, the top two were disqualified. And the third place finisher, who was Manish, he won. So that's why I'm saying we don't know. We don't know. I'm hoping. Okay, I'm really hoping that Van Mark is not breaking any of the rules, and neither is Paul. But you'd never know. So don't give up, guys. Even if you're down here, don't think, well, I guess that's it for me. I can't possibly catch up because everybody will be audited. And so I can tell what Trevor, why Trevor is feeling the FFIE pain because he's short. Obviously, he is short FFIE, and it ain't working for him right now. Right now, it isn't. And that's the only trade. I mean, you're saying that. I would never tell people what people are in, but you're saying it. Now, okay. I wonder if, see again. This is showed up on the scan. Okay, the 3 minute go no go scan. You can see the orange ball that, excuse me, the orange bar there, and it went right to deep purple. Okay, but when you look left, I mean, how much further can this one go down? Okay, still have to apply trading. You're trading some kind of trading plan. Just because you get the alert doesn't mean it's absolutely going to, crater down, because when you look left, there are areas in which it could. You mean the low of the day is 230? It's not that far away. So consequently, I won't take this. It may work. I may blast right through 230 and start approaching yesterday's low. It may do it. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, I know Draw's talking about CLMT. There it is right here. So when you see something in this list, just click on it. Click on it just to see what's happening. All right, guys, 11:40. So, wow, been a fast morning. So I will be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Steve Gomez should be taking over for me. I'll make sure. Just to confirm that. All right, guys. Just going to confirm that it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room. When I take my break. So I'm just confirming that right now. All right, so Steve just confirmed. So it will be Steve in our YouTube room in about a little over 15 minutes from now. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, nice race again, 42-40. So a real dogfight right at the top here, guys. Is Andy still in a trade? No, he isn't. Open profit, you can tell. Open profit 0, so that means he's in no trades right now. Paul is still in a trade, up 2,700. Well, it could be several, but so this would not have shown up on the scan. But again, it doesn't have to show up on the scan. But if you'd seen this one, CRKN, you can see there's the orange. Don't take the trade. A little bit of a excuse me, a little bit of a rest. Unfortunately, it had three of these in between the blue. That's why it would not show up on the scan. But it certainly turned out to be an excellent, excellent, strong move up from here. 190. Wow, a great move up. Yeah, Mr. Market not happy right now for a while anyway. Nas is down, Dow is down, SPY is down. You mean, Todd, the housing numbers that came out at 10? Somebody posted the results, but you talking about the ones that came out at 10? Somebody posted the results. I don't remember what they were. At that point, it did not. Oh man, halted on the way up. No reason, guys, other than there's no reason for this other than the fact it did a reverse split, and I guess, but there is no reason for this. I don't see any news on this one at all. Yeah, yeah, Trevor, you are feeling the pain now on the FFIE, but who knows? Maybe at some point. All right, guys. So another 10 minutes or so for me. And I'll be taking my break. Well, let's take a look at KR or CRKN. Draw saying maybe first day of a multi-day move. Certainly, we've seen this one, but on the way down. But you're right. This is a nice move today. So looking left on the weekly chart, 340 is the next high on the weekly chart. So at least it had some news. I mean, should this be moving the way it is based on this news? That's not for me to say, but that's the news. Announces new lead or lead. I guess that's a lead lead detection, not lead, but lead detection service projects, or maybe it is lead. No, lead pipes. Okay, good. Lead pipes. Boy, that's going back when they used to use cast iron and. All right, so that's their deal, guys. Detecting lead. Okay, detecting lead in pipes in the state of Florida and New York. So that's the news they had. And of course, the low float, 2.7 million. Well, okay, we've got 2.7. The other guy's got four. Low float. Whatever it is, it's definitely a low float. Now, this is actually a short opportunity showing up for QXO on the 3 minute. I did see the alert. Here's the orange, okay, pink, and then to deep purple. Now, it hasn't moved much, okay, it hasn't moved much. Certainly a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. The alert actually would have been in this area here around 1430. But I'm going to stick an alert down here right around the 1398 mark. This has been on a nice multi-day run. And see, maybe the market will start to drag it down. Now, if you're, I'm not trying to, guys. I know some of you are long on a swing in this, so I'm not, I'm not wishing you the worst. But this could be just a nice intraday short. All right, FFIE just opened and 765. So now at least it dropped a little bit for you, Trevor, a little bit. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm not leaving until Steve shows up, of course, but I will put my announcement in. Okay, so when Steve shows up, I'll be taking off, and Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. What I want to do also is just put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart, I mean, it still has room on the weekly chart. Looks like it's around 924, 924. So this one is coming into the race. I think my minimum is $1, so that's why it wouldn't show up until $1. CCG. No, I'm still, I have an alert set for QXO right around 14 in case it goes down to 14. And I might take that short if it goes down to 14. Wow. I know somebody took this one. Can you guess what one? Who wants to put their hands up and guess what one? I have it thumbnailed. Just took a huge pop. That's the one, fool on fire. You win. Look at GDC, guys. And it just got halted. It just got halted. Look at GDC. So that's one that I have thumbnailed. That's why I was looking at my thumbnail charts. And man, what a pop. I know some of you guys were talking about it earlier. So this is a big pop for GDC. And now it is halted. And it's, of course, it's above yesterday's high. The pre-market high, I mean, it's the pre-market high is way up here, 751. Who knows? Maybe this will have another late day run. Yeah, I mean, Airi is starting to drift down a little too much now. Now, this actually showed up. I'm gonna have to find out why it didn't show up. What time is it now? But I'm gonna have to point this one out to Michael. Certainly, the volume is huge. Everything is big about it. So why wouldn't this one show up on that scan? All right, guys. Hey, I just passed that on to Michael, trying to figure out why this one did not, well, not why this one did not show up here. It seems to be meeting all the requirements. Orange to deep purple. Certainly, the relative volume is fine. The volume is fine. Again, this is a work in progress. Okay, guys. These should be showing up any moment now. So GDC. Let's see where this one could open. Okay, again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Looks like we're going to have a positive open. GDC halted at 637 and potentially opening in the 650 range. So if you're in this one now, I hear Steve. Okay, just give me one moment, Steve. Okay, guys, so Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour.
Steve is getting destroyed short in the simulated tournament because he took his eyes off GDC. He had a short on there.
Oh dear.
Let's just flatten that and take the lumps.
Yeah, it just popped and looks like it could open around 650 or 670. So
it's halted. That's why it's not letting me out. That's funny.
Yeah, it's halted. Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Well, maybe take the FFIE and short it.
Shotgun. Oh,
It is halted right now, but it's due for a big drop.
Hang on a second, Barry. I'll let you know in a second.
Okay.
I got to do something. Oh, shit. What's my resident card number? Give me 1 second.
Yep. No rush. Okay, guys. Now people on YouTube can hear me. So actually, the Airi is starting to come back. So I still have hopes that maybe later on in the day, it's starting to come back here. So I have hopes later on in the day we get some volume and maybe it pops through later on in the day, meaning in the afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Get the enthusiasm back into it.
Okay. Let me explain why this was so important if you have a second.
Sure.
I'm on the Torrey Pines golf app, and every now and then you get a notification that there's a shotgun time slot available on the south course, the one you see on TV.
Oh.
And if you don't jump within the first 3 minutes and submit your information, you're not going to get it. So sorry, everybody. I apologize.
And because you're a San Diego, kind of a San Diego resident, you guys get insanely low fees, right?
I pay $65 to play the South Course. Yeah.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I have played it. A long time ago. And
it's a toughie.
You pay $65, but it was, good times.
So there's my GDC halted, and there's my sim account getting raped because of it, but oh well.
Well, you might want to take a look at when you get out of that. If you do, you might want to take a look at FFIE because that's been parabolic, and there's no reason for it being up. It did a reverse split, 1 for 40, and so that one, in theory, should have a big fall at some point.
Well, I'm planning on looking around a little bit. So
okay.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be back at about 5:02.
All right. Sounds good.
Bye.
All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Obviously, you can see and hear me. Let's see. I needed to hang on a second. There we go. Just catching up live. Okay. All right. I am monitoring the YouTube chat now. And like Barry said, I'll take over for an hour. And I'm happy to talk about whatever you want. Sometimes I just turn into a ramble about what's going on in the market. Happy to start with that. If anybody has been drawn here by support for additional visual help, I think Nigel, if you're here, speak up. We can look at some ideas. But other than that, let's just look around here for a second. Starting with what's going on in the market. NASDAQ, it's got nowhere to go. And this giant lever of a tree, it's just getting its weight and it's got nowhere to go. And basically I say it's got nowhere to go because I think the market's really waiting for Jackson Hole, which is the annual event for the Fed. And it's just another, what I would call a hurdle on the timeline of trading. We've got this, and then we've got that economic data, and then we've got this company's earnings, and then we've got the Fed talking. And, it's just always something that the market's looking towards and pointing to. And this is the most recent of the lot, Jackson Hole. So it'll be a speech given by Powell tomorrow. The market, is constantly looking for directions, looking for hints and cues as to what might happen with policy. But if you really want to get into the weeds and have some fun, the Fed is itching to cut rates. Everybody's itching to have them cut rates. And yet, if you read the news crawls today, the media is finally admitting that the Bureau of Labor and Statistics tried to slip a fast one past us. They had to revise yesterday. If you'll see, yesterday there was a revision to the payroll numbers, or people employment numbers, whatever it was. They had to take it down by 800,000. Now, if you've been paying attention to these economic reports for the last year or two, 3, you get a great headline number, sounds rosy, but then the revisions, every single time, the revisions are to the ugly side. Never the opposite. Never, oh, hey, we undercounted. It's even better. Nope. It's always, this is great. And then the next month, it's not so great. And then the third month, it wasn't that great. And so the market and people, they're busy with their lives and their circuses and bread, and they just read headlines. And so yesterday, the media was forced to admit, along with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they were forced to admit, for many reasons, that they had to revise the jobs numbers down by 818,000. So I bring that up because the market is constantly looking for ideas of what the Fed's going to do. But when you have a backdrop like that, it's like what you're gonna cut rates into an even worse economy than we thought a week ago. So it's really crazy times is what I'm getting to right now, guys. It's crazy times right now. And because of that, I, as a swing trader, am in like 90% cash. 2 accounts are in full cash. My retirement account, 401k account is about 80% cash. I'm just not interested in trying right now. It's been very tricky. And so sometimes, unless you're just a complete adrenaline junkie and you need the action, go find a dice game if you can't. But I don't always need the action. I've got a lot of other things I could be working on and doing, to where not having to babysit a few positions in a jittery market, which brings me back to the NASDAQ here. We've got nowhere to go. Jittery market. You get these pockets, these downdrafts, and it's no fun when you're sitting in a bunch of things watching them all drift lower when you could just cut them and reassess and get back in. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. This midday downdraft is probably nothing more than a down. Look at this, guys. If you're new, you've heard me talk a lot about this. Wow, look at that. I want to send that to Andy. This is how I do that. I just rank and grab a screenshot and come in here and say, wow, look at how the 5-day average literally held. Look at that's crazy. So that's the reason I use that metric, that indicator on my 15-minute chart. For those that don't know, it's 130 periods on a 15-minute chart, an SMA, 130 SMA, which divides perfectly into 5 days, 130 candles. And so it gives me kind of a zoomed in, more clean perspective on where the 5-day moving average rests. And look at what happens when the market, look, here's the daily, right? Just a straight moonshot, just literally ripping the shorts' faces off one by one, just taking them out, slaughtering them. Horrible for the shorts. Now, look at all this space, all this white here between the price action and this rising blue line. It's just a matter of time, the law of the reversion to the mean, before the price action will test this line. Now, this brings up another good point. The market will test in price action will test in one of 2 ways. One would be a pullback in price, and 2 would be a sideways price over time, where time brings up from the rear, and that's the stronger of the 2. So Andy says he saw that. I sent that to Andy. He said he saw that. That's why he sold some shorts he had. But this is just a great illustration and an example for anybody that's just lurking and watching and trying to figure out, how do you read charts? Well, this is how I read charts. My 15-minute is my time frame. Anything shorter than that is too busy for me. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Barry uses 5 minutes effectively. But for me, I've got a lot going on. And so I just want to look over and see, oh, wow, look at that. That looks like a crazy pullback. But in perspective, it's literally a healthy pullback. Right into an area that needed to be tested. And I say it needed to be tested because when you're up here, you don't know it's musical chairs, but when you pull back and you test like we're doing, and then you survive that, this right here is what starts to bring in the confidence of the bulls. Okay, let's add to our positions. Okay, let's buy that position we were looking at, waiting for a pullback on. The general market is giving us kind of a clear, okay sign. Bit more in the NASDAQ. What does the Russell 2000 look like? Here's Patrick agreeing with me. some strong relative strength in the IWM. It did not even test its respective 5-day moving average, and now it's bouncing pretty hard. So you get caught up in those downdrafts middle of the day, but when you just kind of pull back on a 15-minute chart, for me, it just kind of gives me all the perspective I need. That SPY is probably the perfect example. And look at this, we're kicking it right back into play. So, hey, Patrick, 97% cash, just a small long. Yeah. We're on the same page, I think, as usual. All right. Yeah, it's hard to trade gold and silver overnight. It's just too much. I'm not doing a whole lot. I did nibble a little bit DJT, and I'm not playing the chart. I am in a sense. Yesterday, I think what happened was, and I think what's going to happen is RFK Jr. is going to endorse Trump, and it's going to just give a bit of wind in the sails. And I think when that headline does come, if it does come soon, I'm guessing, but I think it's going, we could get a push. So this is an anticipatory half-size nibble, but notice where I did it. This was yesterday, didn't want to chase, thought about it here, but it wasn't breaking above its 5-day. Was in a couple of meetings. Next thing you know, I don't want to chase again. So I just let it kind of work itself out, gaps up, I watch it, breaks this line. I think, okay, we're going to get a bit of a pullback. And then I shift and I look left and I go, where might be a spot to nibble? Certainly this would be, but on the daily chart, it's the 10 SMA that was acting as resistance yesterday and here. And sometimes that resistance can become future support. So I'm actually using a day. If I zoom in, probably makes a lot more sense. So I'm leaning on this line right there. Whereas it was resistance yesterday and it pulls back. And same thing as I was just talking about with the spiders and the 5-day moving average. You know, you can find levels of interest when you pull back, and they're everywhere. Zoom back out. All right, so what else am I doing? Not much. There was, Rumble. Rumble's, I thinned out a couple of trades this morning, and I looked at Rumble and I said, I cannot in good conscience just sell this stock because the market's downdrafting. And as you can see, the downdraft was recovered quickly here in Rumble. But the reason I told myself is I cannot in good conscience sell this thing is this. Rumble had earnings. Okay, no problem after earnings. Look at the convergence of all 4 moving averages right here. That is a brick wall of support, a brick floor of support. I'd be crazy to sell right here. I'm a swing trader. I have to assess risk. I have to take some drawdowns and some pullback and wait for the move that I anticipate and expect that I'm going to get. Now, if I wake up tomorrow and this thing's down at $6, that's not what I'm expecting. I would probably sell it. But it's midday and I'm expecting these 4 moving averages here, this perfect confluence on the good side, which is meaning it's supporting my price. I'm going to lean on this pretty hard. So those are the only 2 positions I have, what I just showed you. Rumble based on the chart, which I love. DJT, which is a horrible downtrend. But I'm going to just, with you guys as my witness, I'm going to predict that RFK Jr. is going to throw his support behind Trump and it's going to goose the stock DJT. I'm not recommending buying it. That's just my prediction. I have no way of knowing if that's going to happen. Let's do this. GTC, I'm probably out of that as it traded. So let's pull up my bruised and beaten. I'm down $20,000 in the trade. Okay, I want to talk about this. I came in short this one just as I'm fooling around. I'm not trying to win this thing. I'm too busy with other things. But I wanted to, Nigel, if you're here, this is directed to you. Somebody was asking, hey, great, how I'm signed up now. What's probably the best way to look for these things? Well, a couple things. You're in $100,000 cash limited account. You can't go more than 20,000 shares, and we only have a short time to do it. So shorting Apple and shorting Google is probably not going to give you the returns to compete if you want to get on the do well. And some people might just want to not compete. Some people might just want to get familiar, and that's perfectly fine. It's another reason we do this, but familiar with price action and movement without risking a single cent, and then kind of seeing maybe how you compare. But here's why I'm short NUVL. It's had a 1, 2, 3.5 day move, and it came right up here and got close to this resistance, kissed it right here. And I'm watching midday. So here's my 10 SMA, which is my second indicator on the 15. There's the 5 way down here. Holding momentum, holding. As long as it holds this line, it's holding momentum. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to find simulated shorts where I can find that break of momentum, because those are the ones that come quick. And then, like I said earlier, you know, we only have a short amount of days to do this tournament. And tomorrow is the end of the week and the end of the tournament. So let's maybe see if we can find some more. I don't think I would re-enter GDC, but it's just too strong. What I'll do is I might watch this and see if it does turn around and break this 10 SMA, and then, you know, take my shot. But in the meantime, we can go through ones that are up big. These are all short squeezers, and look for something that's been running for a few days. Look at this thing slamming. Here's the opposite side of my 5-day moving average, guys. The underside, it's acting as resistance. And as a bonus, it's giving me just one of my simple indicators. It's wedging. It's creating a pinch. So what happens is if you're long or short this stock, just in theory, UPC, you would be foolish to buy or sell. You'd be foolish to exit your position here, because you need to wait and see which way this pinch is going to resolve. Look, it's like a ball just being cornered. But at some point, time is going to win out, and it's either going to break above and close higher, or it's going to fall and break below and close lower. The key is close. Close doesn't give you any noise. It says, yeah, this is a bit of conviction. We're going to close this time frame and move on to the next candle on the other side of this pinch. And that's the signal for anybody in any trade that looks like this to say, I'm either right, let's stay in this thing, let's add more, let's go. Or you say, I'm wrong, and I'm going to quietly head to the exits before maybe everybody else kind of figures out this trade is going the wrong way in this direction. So a good example on that. But as I just go through some names to try and find maybe something to reverse. And this is not reversing. See how it's pulling back and holding my momentum line? You know, these are the buy points, pulling back and hitting the line, finding something strong that you don't chase, waiting, and then pouncing right there. That's the way you want to trade intraday. I noticed GameStop. Nope, it's just making a bunch of noise. Never mind. So back to the list of ideas that are just up big. Now here's something else we can do to find ideas. We can go to a new docked channel bar, and we could find explosive winners. And that's where we start to get these names. FFIE, and we don't want to short that. Okay, ARI. Again, these are possible reversals. Nope, held that moving average. Don't want to short that. CRKN. Yep, first day of that one. I think a lot of these are probably going to be day one. What else would be interesting? We could look at pre-market and see what's doing well or poorly since pre-market. Same names. Peloton. I'm going to close that. One of the reasons I would not short Peloton today, guys, is because it's coming off. Actually, no, it's not Peloton. Actually, this might be a good, interesting short. What's the news here? Oh, they did have earnings. My bad. They had earnings this morning. Yeah, beats estimates. So back to my original point, one of the reasons I would not short here, technically it looks like you could, but it's probably just going to hang out around this 200-day. It's not going to reverse like I would want. The reason I say that is because it's on earnings. Look at this is a pro gap. All the people that have been riding this downtrend, a lot of people are kind of caught on the wrong side of the lifeboat here. It's going to take a couple days to grind them out. So I don't expect big reversals in a name like this because it's breaking its downtrend on earnings. A lot of people are saying, whoops, I was wrong. The other one was Zoom Media. It also had earnings. Can't stop that one. So you don't want to short anything like that. That's for sure. This is interesting. CAPR. I like it on a couple of time frame. Also, the under $5 stocks are going to give you more bang for your buck. So look at how this one broke. It's 10 SMA after a day and a half. Perfect time frame. I'm going to short this in the sim contest. So one day yesterday, boom, second day and a half, midday, this failed right there, right at the 200-day. So now I could see a good case for this white space to be filled. So let's go ahead and enter this into the contest. So it should be loaded for me. It's $5 stock. Let's see. I keep messing that up. I can't get rid of that trade. So I've got buying power. I could short 10,000 shares of this. Sell at the market. Rejected. Why was it rejected? Probably I don't have enough buying power. Okay, so that would be 40,000. I'm in 5. Oh, that's all right. Let's try 8,000. This is how you have to figure out what's working and what doesn't. Sell market. I should get that. No. Why am I not getting that? Okay, let's just try 5,000. That's only $20,000. Sell market. Okay, I got that one. Can you give me another 2,000? Rejected. Can you give me another 1,000? Got that. So 6 is the most they're going to let me sell in the buying power, which is weird. 41 and 27. That's well under 100,000. I'm not sure why. What about 500? Yeah, they gave me 500, but I'm only at 71,000. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, that's how I would be looking for quick short sells, things that are probably running out of steam. A lot of the big weak names on the day that are down big on the day, they're going to get their sell-off early in the morning, so it might be harder to catch them. But if you're on your game tomorrow and you're watching something that might be selling off at the open, that's probably the best time. Oh, here's that pinch play we talked about. It's trying to resolve to the upside. Interesting. Yeah, market's getting a big, nice bounce. That was a healthy pullback right into where it needed to. Rum gave me the bounce I'm hoping for. And DJT, that's it. I really want DJT just to stay above that blue line. Just stay around Rum to get above that blue line. But Rum is healthy on the daily chart. That little intraday blue line, the 5-day moving average, is the last little hurdle. All right. Well, does anybody have anything they want me to look at chart-wise? I can look at charts and give you my opinion. We can talk about scanning, how to set up for a scan. I can't remember when the Jackson Hole speech is tomorrow. I think it's during market hours. I can't recall. Let's find out. How the hell? Freaking Yahoo hijacked my search engine again. What time is it going to be? I need to know. Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern, so a very early onset. So it's basically going to set the tone for tomorrow, which is a reason that I'm not going to sit around and buy a bunch of stuff today at the close that I might like. He could come out tomorrow and just, ruin any plans you might have thought were coming your way. Freaking Yahoo! I don't know how that happens. Michael, why do stocks pop off from? I can't read this into the heart. Is it 4 a.m.? Can't read that. That silly icon thing is right in the way. From, is it 4 a.m.? Pop off form. Oh, if it's a form, you're gonna have to retype that, Michael. I can't catch what form number that is. Pop off of form. Form 4. VLCN is moving off of a form. I don't know what a form 4 is. You're going to have to enlighten me. VLCN. Oh, form of filing. Okay, so Form 4 would be insider management purchase, I would assume. Well, the price action tells the story. The nearest pivot point down here is at 168, 170, and we're at 205. So it's also stretching out on the daily way above the. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a little breather here, but as far as trading this, I wouldn't jump in. If I did jump in, it would be with very small size, waiting for additional confirmation of these moving averages to kind of come in down the road and hold it. I wouldn't jump into full size there, but if you can't stand not being in it, you can always jump into a third, but you have to anticipate you might get a little bit of a chance to buy another third here or here. Hello, Troy. Okay, is there a simple graphic interface that can be used to measure market sentiment? So something that shows like a thermometer, which shows more red when the Dow is bearish. For market sentiment in general, I mean, for stocks specific sentiment. Oops. Hang on a second. Let me get a drink. So I understand your question. But we're talking about indexes versus versus stocks. I think I have an idea, and it's this right here. Okay, there goes VLCN. Really wants to go. I'm trying to. This is a sector ETF watch list. Exactly, and this is what it gives me, the general market sentiment. You can basically see on strong days, we'd probably have a lot of green in here, but this is sorted by change from the open. And so what it tells me is the Agriculture ETF is strongest of my sectors. Oh, look at that. The banks, for whatever reason, the banks are strong. Energy is strong. Commodities are strong, and financials are strong. Now, knowing that, look at that XLF, boy, it just wants to go. The Dow is a lot of financials and industrials and manufacturing. I think this actually gives you a better answer than you were looking for. I mean, we could put the Dow and the SPY and the NASDAQ up, but this really breaks it down granularly. And I don't really have anything I could plug in to say is the Dow bullish, and by that it would be the DIA, but that's down 10%. And what I'm saying is what we could do is we could add DIA for Dow. SPY is in here. I've got that already, I believe. There it is. And NASDAQ already. So if we look for SPY, it's basically the same as if I added DIA to this list, it would basically be right in here. So maybe if I added DIA to this list, or you did, I'll show you how I did this, and DIA was a shade green, well, then you can see compared to the NASDAQ and the SPY and every other sector, hey, the DIA, which again is the Dow, which is what you're asking about, is relatively stronger than the rest. So, a couple things. I'll give you the shell of the scan. Okay, good. I'm glad that's resonating with you because I think it actually helps you even more so. Now that's just the scan. That doesn't translate my symbol list that I'm using here, and you're free to use, your own symbols. These are all just ETFs. Now, the way in which we get there would be, hang on a second, let's see here. On the website under profile, you log into that, my settings, channels is what it is. Okay, and then we've got my watch list. This is the new interface. We used to do it for any legacy users. We used to do it up here under tools, where you can go tools, symbol list. I think I might still be able to do it here actually. And you can too. It's under wait a minute. They just disappeared on me. Maybe that is a function that's gone. I think the functionality is gone. That's why I brought this up. So you now have to go to the website. You log into your settings portal and you go to channels, my watch list. And from here, my 401k things I'm watching, it's ETF. All right, here's my ETF list. And so if I wanted to add something, I could add DIA down here. Now I've added DIA to my symbol list. So this is where you could do that. I don't know if I can export these names or these symbols from here, but I'll leave them up on the screen and you can copy them down. But this is where you would go and you create. And Troy, you can add anything else that you do a Google search on that you want to know more about, maybe EVs, or there's a lot of obscure sector ETFs out there. Just do a Google search for sector ETFs and you'll be able to build a great watch list. And then essentially you just point, I'll show you how to do that. There's the scan I gave you. You just point the configure. Oops, I'm not logged in because, as you see, the red ball means I was on the website. I have to reset my connection. Kind of a pain for now, but we'll build that out. Okay, so configure. Symbol list. As you can see, there's my ETF that we just looked at. And I'm saying only this list. And the way in which you find it is over here. So you'll find any list that you made over here. Then you can bring it over and activate it. And then I like to sort by the open. I think Barry does too. And sort by open just kind of tells us what's running since the opening bell. And I'll just leave that there for you so you can copy those. Hopefully that makes sense to you, Troy. close that so it doesn't hijack my data. Okay, so Troy, glad that helped. That's exactly why we do this and why we tell you, if we have in the past, yeah, come to the 12 Eastern 1 hour support session. We'll give you all the attention you need. You know, remember, Barry's trading his own account and he can't always give the attention that you might need. And so this not only gives Barry a break in his day, but it's a power session for new users. I mean, if you can't make a Monday through Friday, 12 Eastern for 1 hour, then you're not watching the market. And if you're not watching the market, you don't have a chance. So, I mean, I always kind of chuckle when people say, I can't make that. Well, I understand we all have jobs and stuff, but Monday through Friday, if there's one day of the week where you can just carve out and you have a couple of questions, you come in here and you'll get, you know, what you need on your way. That's true. I have noticed, particularly, I'm thinking about moving on larger cap stops. That helps. Okay. Definitely put some of those larger cap stocks in there. It certainly wouldn't help to go, wow, look at Apple's strong today. It's holding up the rest of the market, which is a common phrase recently, or NVIDIA. So we've still got a lot of good time. Boy, look at that. Just a perfect springboard right off that 5-day. Anybody who got short up here kind of got suckered in. And again, I would never think about doing that, knowing the Jackson Hole giant catalyst event is coming tomorrow. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. Unless you're getting out by the close. All right. I wonder how my simulated account that I can't even keep a track of is doing. I still see red, not much. This thing is stubborn. Look at that. It won't break. It just wants to shimmy up that line. All right. CAPR, that's also being stubborn. So maybe I just say, this isn't working. And highlight, flatten, this isn't working. Maybe I can just clear the decks and get the buying power back and try something different. Until somebody has a chart they want me to look at or a question. Look at that. That's beautiful. Nice small breakout yesterday. Beautiful follow through today. This is why I use this moving average. Oh my God, look at all these examples of why I use these two moving averages alone. Base, 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 base on the 5-day, then breakout. Then it goes and shifts into momentum mode. Momentum, momentum, momentum. Well, you can't get more clear than that. Oops. Okay. I do believe we're caught up here in some of our discussions. Pull that down a little bit. Hi, Geo Trader, Go Trader. They are two things. I'll give you my actual chart settings and I'll show you what they are. You guys asked the same question at the same time. So it's a 15-minute time frame. And again, I feel these two moving averages do not work as well on a 5-minute. That's just my perspective. They are both simple moving averages, not EMAs, although you can plot EMAs on these charts. The first one I spoke of is my 5-day. I have it on a 15-minute chart rather than a daily, because this blue line is a daily computation. But I use it as like a solid level of interest of support or a solid level of interest resistance. It's not so much momentum. It's just kind of a do or die. What's the stock going to do here? So the way in which you configure for that is just add a SMA, simple moving average. And then we configure it 130 periods. 130 periods, 130 candles divides perfectly into 5 days of trading on 15 minutes. So Brian Shannon taught me that, and I've used it ever since. It's a tremendous tool, because if you don't use it with a lot of other things and just try to keep it simple, more often than not, it's going to really help you kind of just keep the noise out and keep things simple. Here's NNE. I like to trade this. As we can see, let's go back and look at this. Different stocks, same example, right? Okay. Messing around, broke through, came back. Ooh, now it's a pivot. What was resistance is now support. Double test of support. Okay, the buyers are saying, what's going on here? Higher low. Shifts into momentum mode. Now we look at the 10 SMA, 10 SMA, 10 SMA. Momentum, momentum, momentum. Momentum broke. Now we're just sideways, and I'm watching this rising 5-day moving average as a level of interest again. It's not the anchored VWAP. I will use anchored VWAP, Girl Trader, but it's actually before Brian discovered anchored VWAP. I use this one on every chart I have. Now I will go back and look at NNE like and say, okay, let's grab my VWAP chart. This is what I do. I use it more on the daily. I'll go right here and we'll say, okay, what if we anchor from this big day up here? Ooh, long way to go for resistance. That's interesting. What if we anchor this low down here? Okay, we're a bit above support. So we're on the low end of a pinch here. So I will look at that. But on the intraday, I just love this 5-day moving average on the intraday. And again, that's 130. The other one's self-explanatory. It's just a 10 SMA. And so 130 is a 5-day moving average. Level of interest. 10 SMA, that's my momentum line. The stock is revving and it's riding its momentum until it breaks. And sometimes that can go as long as a day and a half or 2 days. So what I try to do is just not get caught up in too much. Yes, I could use Bollinger Bands. Yes, I could use VWAP. I could do, but I choose the path of just 2 simple SMAs and the price action, pivot levels, etc. You know, here's an obvious pivot level right there. Oh, it's not going to make that. I'd have to do the horizontal line thing. I could set a price alert. I'll do that instead. The price alert's basically sitting on the pivot line. It might come back down. I'll tell you what, if this price action comes back down and converges at the pivot line and the 5-day, I might be taking a chance. I don't know how long I'd hold it for. What I'm seeing on the daily, and this is I've been enjoying trading the stock lately. What I'm seeing on the daily is what I call my bird in the hand setup. I'll explain. The bird in the hand setup is a broken downtrend, which we have here. And it broke above a 10 and the 20. This is the 10 and this is the 20 SMA. This is the 50 SMA. Once it breaks these two, the price just has nowhere to go but sideways for about 4 or 5 days. And while it does that, the 10 SMA curls up, the 20 SMA flattens, and I call it a bird in the hand because this is the palm of the hand and this is the bird ready to take flight. That's what I really wait for in a trend change. A trend change will often kind of have that type of price action dynamic. Rarely will a trend change just turn and go. It's like, hey, this is the area of interest. Let's just have a war here. There's still a battle between the buyers and the sellers. The sellers still feel emboldened from the downtrend, but the buyers are coming in feeling like they got a good price and they like the model. And so you have this war of attrition while the moving averages start to sort themselves out. And then before you know it, the price can't hang out anymore. It takes flight. And there you have it. Wow, Peloton shooting through its 200-day. And like I said earlier, normally they don't do that, but this one is a broken downtrend and it's coming off earnings. So it actually probably has enough gas in the tank to push through there without being too much. I mean, they tried to sell it. This was the attempted sell right here of the 200-day. And the buyers won. The short sellers covering as well. You know, that's a good question. Maybe we should try that. I don't think I've ever tried it. Well, actually we have it, and let's use that as a starting point. And it's Andy's trade, and it's called revenue growth fishing. But let's just see. I use the word growth, revenue growth fishing. So let's open this up as a template, but make some changes. Let's see what he did here. He's more focused on the revenue stuff. I don't really care about that. Position in 10-day range. Okay, this helps, but we're going to add a few things. We're going to add a few things here. Average daily volume, good. I might lower that to 250,000. Quarterly revenue growth, we don't care about. That's not our issue anymore. Okay, position in 3-month range. This is good. I want this. So what this means is in a 3-month range, the maximum we are is a 30 percentile. So in a 3-month range, we're in the basement. That's what that means right there. And that's what I want. That's the starting point, zooming out. But we want that sideways action, right? And I'm going to call that a 5. We're going to add that. Position in 10-day range, 70%. So over the last 10 days, the price is 70 percentile above its lows, which probably isn't bad. We can experiment with that. But what I'm going to add is 5-day range. 5-day range percent. What does this mean? This means maximum. The maximum range, a 10% range would be pretty darn wide. Let's look at this Peloton range here. I mean, that's like, let's start with 10%. So it can't, maybe 8%. Can't be more than 8% over the last 5 days, fluctuating lows to highs. But then here's the kicker. Here's the fun part. So 20 SMA daily percent, we want to be above. 0.01 minimum ensures we're above. 10 SMA daily percent, ensure we're above. I'm not going to put a cap above it, but we're above it. Let's see what this just gives us as we've modified. Okay, so we know what we're looking for. Let's see what we get on the daily. Not bad. Oh, I think I know what I want. I want change in 5 days too. I want sideways action. That might help. Change in 5 days, percent, not very volatile. Add filter, maximum. So using, let's just change in 5 days, maximum 4%. Just random. That's kind of a bird in the hand there. So this would be a starting point for sure. To answer your question, that's a decent. That's pretty sexy right there, if you ask me. Coming off earnings too. I don't know what this stock is. That's pretty nice too. So what you would do, the workflow on this is you could come through once you like that scan. That's not too many. That's good. We don't want to see 500 names. And then you say, okay, well, I see you working. Well, maybe if I just put a price alert in there, I won't forget about you. And you just do that going down the line. GameStop's trying to do a bird in the hand. So I say, okay, well, let's put a price alert in GameStop. If it does that, I might be interested. So it's a 1-2 punch. You're using a top list with no event, but you're creating your own event with the right-click price alert. So let's share this, David, since we've worked on this together. And of course, obviously, you can add or change or tweak anything you want. I'll actually name it too. We'll give it a name because it's not revenue growth fishing anymore. And it'll be good to have it in my library. Okay, there's the title. And it's all set. Now, I can't for the life of me recall the initial example I was giving you guys. Oh, yes, I can. NNE. What could we do to get NNE on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's a wide 5-day range for sure. That 5-day range is keeping NNE out, but that's the only thing we really have. 5-day range is the shortest. So you can maybe play with that, but I like this a lot more than a lot of the other stuff because this 50-day moving average is flat. A lot of those other ones, that blue 50-day moving average was coming down. So therefore, your upside is going to be limited to that, declining. So the reason I like this one so much is it's got a flat 50, which is pretty good. All right, I've saved that to my cloud too. You've got it. All right. Should be good to go there. Okay, so this trade that I'm in is hit the that's not necessarily what I want to see in the moment, but it just bolsters my theory that the 10 SMA plays a critical role in the quants and the algos. They need inputs, they need variables, they need targets, and one of the variable inputs, I'm convinced, is a 15-minute 10 SMA, because I just see the correlation so much. All right, if you didn't get a question answered, now would be the time to quickly jump in. So I'm in this trade, as I mentioned earlier. So what am I thinking? I'm looking down the road. I'm saying, okay, well, this 23, it's a flat 5-day moving average. That should be pretty solid. It might get close. It might test it, but I've got to be prepared. And I am. I'm not in much, but I'm prepared for that right there. Hopefully I don't get it. But if I do, I have to not be spooked by it. And then the other one, let's take a look at the only 2 trades I'm in right now. Rum. Nice bounce off that midday head fake and a bit more. Hello.
Yeah, that's me. I am obviously missing the boat. I have no fancy names for my scans.
You need some fancy
I'm obviously
names.
missing the boat.
Yeah, bird in the hand is pretty descriptive.
I caught the tail end of that, and I saw that I was watching how you created the top list for it. Very cool, very good.
Yeah, walking your way through it. It's not easy. It's an art form. You can overthink it and probably put too much in there easily. So with that in mind, David, just tweak it how you see fit. But quality over quantity, the less is more sometimes, is always a good one.
Mm-hmm. All right, Steve, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm still waiting to see if I'm this. Not that you'll do anything on this, but the AIRI. I'm really interested to see if it has a late day break.
Is it an AI stock? I wonder.
No, nothing to do with AI.
Air.
I was actually
Air.
wondering why it didn't make it into our AI, because Michael's Neo typically looks at stocks that have gapped, and that certainly gapped, and then ran. So I'd love to know why it didn't.
The average daily, if there's an average daily volume filter in there, that would have been it. But I don't think there is.
I don't think there is, because a lot of the gapping stocks will, as we've explained many times, if I never use the average daily volume ever. Not if you're going to day trade.
You'll miss stuff. Yeah,
you'll miss stuff. Some stock like today, which is trading at only 7,700 times normal relative volume, you'll miss it. You'll just miss it. And why? So, But yeah, I'll ask him why. But it's one of those. It has that look to me that if it, it's kind of basing just around that $8 level. Later on in the day, get some volume coming in. It could blast right through that high. It's got all sorts of room on the monthly chart. So who knows? We'll have to see. That's what I love to see. I love all these ones that are, really, really like massive moves early, and then they kind of settle down for several hours. And sometimes they just make that massive move at the end of the day.
Well, I'll put an alert in there and we'll see what happens.
All right. Okay, Steve, I know you got to get out of here. So again, thanks for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good. Bye.
Okay, guys. Back in both rooms. And a quick look at the leaderboard. So Van Mark is starting to extend his lead right now. Look at Spanky. Good for Spanky. I know Spanky. I don't know if you're still around, but you do have a job. And so that's pretty impressive that you're able to. Aha. Give me a moment. What? All right, guys. There's a QXO, a level for me. Let's see if this works. Okay. So I want to see how much further down this. The low of the day, I believe, the low of the day. It's hard to see because it's so exponential. The low of the day on the chart looks like it's searching 64. So I took the short just on the break of 14, and gets back to the 14. I'll get out. So the Rileys are definitely alive today. It's interesting though. All depends on the Riley you're in. Seriously, I don't know all the difference. I mean, I can read what it says, the 5.25 senior notes due. I can trade it. It is tradable. So the Riley Z's, the Riley M, Riley T, but Riley itself, not good. I mean, it's still down for the day, 19%. Now, guys, I am still continuing to watch the AIRI, okay? Because, I got the feeling that, later on, it's still hanging around. I wanted to hang around the 8 level. It's just slightly underneath. I'm going to stick an alert here actually at 847, 840, and see if it takes that out at some point. Then I'll know that it could be on the way. The high of the day was way up here at 940. But, I know when we look left, we do have some room. Just have to get the volume coming back. You can see that ever since really here, which was what time? That was 10:30. Ever since 10:30, you can see how the volume has just declined. And I mean, it's still decent volume, 77,000, don't get me wrong. But in relation to the previous volume bars, it's just declining. And whoop, the SPY is now, after that little pull up, starting to give it up again. So let's take a look at the market. We've got so no disconnect now. The Dow is down, Nas is down, SPY is down. Well, that bounced me out, guys. So that bounced me out. Now I'm going to watch this again. Okay, the QXO. In a minute, it started getting up to that 14, but I want to watch this again to see if it takes out that 14 again. So maybe 1394. See if it happens again. I mean, I know I should be still in this because it did not turn to pink, but I just have a tough time when things get close to that whole number. You know which one was awesome on that scan, which again I didn't really see it. I was just doing too many things, but look at the Zuo. Look at that alert right there. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That's on a 5 minute. Never mind. Unless it happened on a yeah, no, it happened on the 3 minute also. Yeah, right here. I thought it did. So we had the transition from orange to deep purple. The alert would have been right around $9. Now, it hung around, hung around, hung around, hung around, but it is now since then it has drifted down. Now, right in this area here, you probably would have taken some off, as it's telling you the trend is not as strongly down as it was before. So you might have taken some off here, but it doesn't mean get out of the trade. Oh man, Airi, 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 Airi. Look at this. Look at this Airi go. And look at the volume. A little bit of a volume bar. Excuse me. A little bit of a volume bar here too. This started at 1 o'clock, so it has another 40 seconds to close. All right, guys, let's see how well this holds over $8, and that's the Airi, AIRI. Remember the high of the day was up here around 840. I'm sorry, that's not the high of the day. I'm very sorry. I'm looking at these highs over here. That's the high of the day. That's right. That's the magnet, 950. Possible magnet. All right, guys. Well, we've got a little bit of a winner on our hands. Now, I don't know when you should take some profit, but again, it's going to be pretty parabolic, 2.5 million in the float. Ugh. Whew. Okay, guys. Again, just be careful on it. Okay, 2.5 million in the float. This is a little bit early, I thought, for it to do this. I thought it might take until about maybe 2 o'clock for it to do this. So just be just be a little. If you took it on that 8 break. Yeah, I saw this BENF draw. This is back at 12:37 though, when it must have made. Okay, this is pulling back. Okay, must have made a new high right up here, I guess, at 288, 282, but it has pulled back quite a bit. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, well, I got to read the timestamp. That's 12:38. You mentioned the BENF. Okay, you're in the general market talk. I think that's what messed me up. Well, Peloton has really. I mean, I have a hard time believing it's going to hold this gain tomorrow, but you never know. But it did take out the 200-day moving average, 436. I mean, does anybody really think Peloton is coming back strongly as a company and a nice quarter and all that? But maybe they'll prove everybody wrong, just like Carvana did. Where's Carvana? Yeah. Yeah. And Mamba. Yeah, right. Well, and that's why you have a stop, guys. I did get stubborn on the QXO, though I really was thinking it could, when it took out that 14, it looked like a pretty decent short to me. The pattern was there. But Didn't like, well, the minute it started getting close to 14 again, even though in theory was telling me to keep in the trade, but okay, cheap, cheap, cheap one, guys. Halted because of news. NUVO. Well, with the price of that stock, we're going into business news. I don't know. 43,000 shares are traded. Ooh, we're tightening up a bit now, guys. So there's Van Mark still with a 2,000, less than $2,000 lead on Paul. Spanky and Andy are still fighting it out for third place, third and fourth. Trevor, you're back. FFIE obviously moving down has helped you, I guess. Well, there you are, Corey. Okay, there you are. Okay. Well, so guys, as I said, you've got to be awfully careful with that float. So look what happened with the Airi. Okay. So again, nice trade off the 8, but when you got to be awfully careful. Cannot wander away from your computer. That is a big rug pull. Now, if somebody shorted this, you know, and took a few shares up here in the contest, I see. So these are untradeable, really. Okay. Trying to figure out like what, like, so here's the Riley. Well, this one anyway. Look at the spread 14.24, 15.15. So that is that one. And let's take a look at the Riley M. Will it be the same? Not as bad, but not great. 22, 22.50. Riley Z. Okay, now that one at least has got a decent spread. 4 cent spread. So again, guys, yeah, I'm getting an alert for Unilever right here, but you can't, it's too choppy. The pattern still has to look. So even though we're getting the alert, orange, one bar, then deep purple, the pattern is just too choppy overall. So they're not all. So just because you get an alert, you still got to analyze what the chart is telling you. In my opinion, anyway. Good for you, Bjorn, in terms of the FFIE. All right, now GDC is at the high of the day. No, not quite. It got into the high of the day. Not a crazy low float, okay? 11.5 million in the float, not crazy low. And looking left, we have to go to a monthly chart now to take a look where it could go. Wow, are you kidding me? So on a monthly chart, okay. Now this obviously, I shouldn't say obviously. I don't know if this had a reverse split back here. If this stock ever got up to $44, or this is reverse split adjusted, but that is, I mean, that is the all-time high. I don't know if this is reverse split adjusted. All right, so it dipped underneath 7. Now I've got to put an alert right back over 7 and see if it takes it out later. 710 or so, and that might get me into it. Yeah, so he is still in something now he's down 10,000 in, only one trade. So something is working against him. Yeah. Not going to tell what, but something is working against him. So Paul now is in the lead. Paul, you in the room. Is the Paul who's in the lead in either room? I am going to sneak a peek. Aha. Well, man, this Airi is now, I think it's coming back now. So again, I still have maybe a little bit of a holdout if it gets back over 8 again. And maybe, as I said, I thought this was too early for this to be happening. I'd like to see this happening. That would have happened maybe, I don't know, 2 o'clock, 2:30 or so later on in the day. So Paul has 3 open trades. He's only up $500 in those. And Van Mark is in 1 open trade, and he's down 7,000 in that 7,900 in that trade. Maybe, Paul. A little bit tough on the nerves, but yeah. Well, depends on your account size. So, wow, look at EVH going here, guys. Look at EVH for some reason. This is not well. It's good volume. EVH is a charge has been put into this one. EVH. I don't see any specific news on it, EVH, but something is happening. I mean, look at the volume that's coming in the 3 minute. It's 600,000 per, and just popping this stock, EVH. Ugh, just a great move. No, that's the reason, guys. I'm just had to. Okay, after the company is exploring a sale after receiving acquisition interest, last up 9.5%. So up 12% now. So that's the reason. So some report is being circulated that the company is exploring a sale. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, and doesn't mean that this is even true. Unless the company comes out and says, yes, that's true. We've received some acquisition interest. I mean, it's very possible it's true. This is a little potential bidders include TPG, CDNR, KKR, and Elevance. Okay. So, I mean, it's possible that this is true. So even though this is an expensive stock, $31, it's up 2.5%, 2.4% right now since the race started. Don't often see a stock this price, being near the top of the leaderboard. Because it takes a bunch to move a stock, that's $31. What's the float? And 110 million in the float. So it does take a lot to move this stock, and that's the reason. Rumors circulating that maybe somebody wants to take them over. RR trying to run on company tweet. Okay, let's see what RR looks like from Ahmed in our. Are you kidding me? It's, I thought that was against the law. The company would put something like that out. Seriously, that would get against the law would get them in trouble. I mean, it never stopped Elon from doing crazy things, but so Rich Tech Robotics posts promotional video on X says, shh, we can't reveal much, but it's going to be a big one. Keep your eyes peeled. I don't believe that. I don't believe that was put up by the company. All right, guys. Well, there's GDC up again, up again. You're right on that one, Poe. GDC still not done. I've never seen it. Well, I shouldn't say never, Ahmed. I have not quite seen a tweet like that coming directly from a country, from a company. I can't remember anyway. I'm not saying there's no company does it, but that seems a little too. I mean, if it's directly attributed to the company, like some PR guy at the company, all right, Spanky. Spanky has moved into second place now because Vanmark is taking a hit on a certain stock, I guess. Paul is still got a pretty decent lead here, but we have a whole day tomorrow and a lot can happen. Witness Mohammed. Mohammed was on the top of the leader. I think he was up about $39,000. He's gone. He's just gone. I don't know what he did. And let's not forget Corey. There you are, Corey. You're still, in the top 10. I think it's an accomplishment. Anybody in the top 10, I think it's an accomplishment. There's Trevor. I don't know who Paul is. I guess he's not in the room. Okay, guys, at 128. So I think what I'll do is I'll just, for the last time today, just go over my homepage and the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, try to use my code. My code will really, really help to keep these rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one is to download and install. First startup and log in. Scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans. Top lists and alert windows, the two main aspects of trade ideas, okay? If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you, a series of videos designed for that new trader. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And here are my scans. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. These two races right here, I toggle back and forth. right up here. Pulse resumes over here. Momentum scan down here. And then the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here, exhibited as a compare count window. Okay. And I have other scans that I am currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Again, my advice is do not have them all open up in your one layout. You'll have way too much going on. RR, okay. Yeah, nice little pop, 120 to 129. Well, the next high looking left is, I mean, it's got some room, 150. And then we get through that, 167 is the next high. Meanwhile, yeah, so this is the first, what is this buy down right now for? Yeah, this is the first kind of bad day in a while. Let's see. Do we get an alert here on that scan? 1239. So one. Okay, guys. So I am. I don't think William is going to be keeping the room open today. I think he mentioned earlier he's probably not going to keep this room open today. So until 4. So I will be taking off between about 2:30 and quarter to 3, unless there are questions. So another hour or so for me. So, but if you do have questions, please ask away. Yeah, that was yesterday, right, Casa? Launches a TikTok account using AI or something. That was for GGC. Yeah, a little bit of a move for Zoom here, guys. ZM. A little bit of a move for Zoom. Boy, consolidation on the 5 in a big way. That has about $3 to the next high. All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So Van Mark has come back a little bit. Okay, he's back into second place. Still about $11,000 underneath Paul. For the CSIQ, almost a lifetime low. I mean, at the very low end, you can see the red, 3.9%. What would that mean if we could have a lifetime candle for a stock? It would be right at the bottom here. Well, I haven't looked at Bitcoin today. I see it's down about 1,200. Probably Mara and Ryan are moving down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a little bit longer. What time is it now? 1:42. So be back around, what time is it now? 1:42. Back around 1:50. All right, guys, I'm now back at 150, right on schedule. So I see we had a halt and a resume for AEHL. And what did it do afterwards? So AEHL, I don't know why, what happened here. Any news coming in? I don't see any news. It was halted at 226. It is now 234. What room does it have in a 5 minute? Maybe up to 281. I'm not saying it's getting there. And this is how easily things change, guys. Look at look at Denmark, right back at it. Only a couple thousand now below all. But he was down a lot in one trade. He's only down 2,700 now in that trade. This is, of course, in the leader on the leaderboard. Is that you, Rich? Are you? Is that you, Manish? Oh, okay. All right. Well, nothing wrong with being in the top 10. You never know. You never know. I just looked at, if you recall yesterday when we had Mohammed was at 39,000 overnight, 36,000, 39,000 overnight. He's gone. I don't know what he did. What does the go no go chart say about the trade of the week? What is the trade of the week again? Maybe refresh my memory. So be it. I know it triggered on Monday. Yeah. Okay. XL. I know it triggered on Monday, but it's probably based on what the market is doing. Well, the other thing, did it hit the stop? I mean, obviously, it's not doing well. I mean, it's it's in a steady decline right now. So, what was the trigger? I can't remember what the trigger price was. It was 20. Okay, what are we now? We are Thursday, so was it? It was 2650 or something. So on Monday it did trigger, but it came right back down. But you can just tell 2660. Okay, I don't know if it's hit the stop or not, but it's not doing well. Ooh, guys, guess what? Look what's happening here, guys. Airi. Ooh, and we're getting that transition, immediate transition. Well, let's see. Let's see if this can hold and just jump. Now you got to be careful, okay? As always, just like the GDC, but 2.4 million in the float. Well, certainly, if this pops, this has got nothing to do with the market. All right, nothing to do with the market. This market is drifting. Well, drifting down. It's pretty much a steady sell-off all day. Okay. We had a night in the pre-market, it was actually up. Market was up, but we had this one jog up that looked like, okay, maybe it's over. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Airi is just teasing us right at that 8 mark. But remember what happened here. So that's why you cannot, if you take this one, and I'm looking for a kind of an entry a little higher. Why would I want to do it higher? Maybe just a little bit of confirmation. Okay. But remember what happened here. I mean, that was a gigantic rug pull from 833 and it's like a dollar. And I don't know how long that took. And that's a 3-minute candle. So that probably happened even quicker than that. Spanky, Spanky. Look at Spanky coming up, guys. I don't know if Spanky is still in the room right now. So what you change your name now to from Rich to Lucky Girl? Or now you are here? Okay. Spanky, look at you. Open trades, nothing. So you're closed everything right now. Okay, so you were rich, now you're Lucky Girl. So that is obviously not obviously, but your wife. Boy, this area is really teasing us, guys. It's very choppy though. I mean, you can just see. So we had the alert over here. If you can see my 3-minute chart, orange, 1 bar, blue, boom. Okay, but then horrible rug pull. And this is not, I mean, this is really whippy. And look at the volume, 59 million, say 60 million, 2.5 in the float, has traded the float turnover over 20 times. Yeah, I mean, I suppose even FFIE, the difference for me, okay, is FFIE has zero news, okay? Not that you need news and all, But this to me is just okay. You know what? Did a 1 for 40 reverse split yesterday. Um, there's no news on this one at all that I can find. At least with the GDC and the area, there's news. There is some news that people can kind of point to. Again, not that you need news, but I'm not familiar with it. No. Now, when you say co-wrote, I think I contributed one scan 10 years ago. Okay, so be it. I really didn't have much to do with it at all. Because a lot of them are, we're swing trading, and I'm not a swing trader. So really, fake news. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. See, I had this little thing that I would point people to who wanted, if they were looking at swing trading. I don't swing trade, and it was something that so I guess that's what it was. But it really, I had nothing to do with the book other than I guess that they asked me they asked everybody to contribute some kind of a swing trade. Oh, guys, Airi, keep an eye on it. So I don't know the trade. I don't know the scan you're talking about at all. You can ask him. I mean, ask Steve, info at trade-ideas.com. Gonna ask that very question to see what he says. If he's the one who created it, I guess. You can just say, yeah, there you go. Shared an 8 table scan. Ask him. This is probably what I wrote, just because people kept not pestering me, but saying, well, if you were going to swing trade, what would you look for? So I came up with this, my 4 rules for swing trading. I mean, I would still follow them, but that is a long time ago. No, Matt, that's what we were saying. We could not find any news on FFIE. And so, other than the fact that they did a reverse 1 for 40 reverse split, I think yesterday. Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So 51,000, 46,000 now. So Vanmark is, he did catch up. Frankie is still in third. Andy is being a chicken. He hasn't taken a trade in a long time. Andy. Andy will be in the YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. I hope I hope he's still there. Oh boy, GDC on the move again, guys. GDC on the move again in a big way, in a bigger way now. Wow. GDC on the way. Look at this pop here. I'm not in it anymore. And look who's moved into second place. Spanky. Where's Alfalfa? Oh man. That GDC is very whippy. Now listen, FFI could do it. I mean, the fact that I'm a little wary of it because it has absolutely no news other than the fact that I guess it did a reverse. Well, somebody, what did you post? Somebody posted something. Rich, okay. Will hold a launch event for its China-U.S. automotive bridge strategy. So they're bridge players. Is that what they mean? They're playing bridge in an automatic fashion. Is that what that means? Uh-huh. The event will provide more details and an execution plan for strategy introduction of FS second automotive brand. Okay. Funny, I can't see that at all. Well, okay, you're this is on the 19th, okay, so, I mean, it's not that long ago, okay, I was looking for news today, okay, so I was looking at news today on it, but okay, well, maybe that's the excitement about it. Well, who knows? I mean, the high right here is 865. The, high right there is 924 on the daily, so in theory, if it gets going and it takes out that high, it would still have a little bit of room on the daily chart. So this is gonna be a bit of a contest here, guys. Look at this. I'm just gonna here 3 of my thumbnail charts with the 3 big ones. Who's gonna be the winner? Who is gonna be the winner to really break out? Alright, so this is not shortable for me. This is actually showing up on the scan, okay? The go, no go scan. It's actually showing up, but it's not shortable for me. We have the orange, and then we have the deep purple as a suggestion to short, but I have no shorts available. With this one, this particular version of Riley. Well, this will be an interesting exercise because there was the alert right here, okay, from that scan. So to take it at the close was right there at 8:07. Okay, so let's just see how well this holds. Will any of these will we get a pink bar at all, or will it just sort of hold in this area and then zip up? Okay, guys. Well, I've got about 20 minutes left or so. So if there are questions, please ask away. Wow. War of nerves on this one on the GDC. Still very, very whippy. Takes this out and look out. I'm not in it. I'm not in this one. I'm still kind of holding out for a potential entry for the AIRI, trying to see if it's holding okay underneath 8. Well, ZM is showing up on that scan. Whoa, look at that. Was that nice? Wait a minute, right there. So, well, yeah. I mean, you would have got the alert down here on the close. So, see, that's the problem sometimes. It would have been awesome if had that bar not been so wide. Get the alert here. But there is ZM, yeah, starting to break down now. ZM. Meanwhile, Peloton continues to be strong, has not had really any sizable pullback all day long. Man, all right, guys. Well, maybe the moment of truth is starting to get closer and closer for Air I. Okay, I am going to. Boy, this is getting. Okay. Did I get it? I only got a. I got a little bit of it. Not shoot. Got a little bit of it, but just not. It went so quickly. Wow. Well, I've traded some out now, guys. I wish I had more, but high of the day is up here, 950. And you can see the volume pop. You can just look at the volume pop on that bar. Well, here's the battle. Oh, man, up to almost $8, right back down to 7 for GGC. And here's the FFIE. Looks like it is not going to do it at the end of the day. Well, I don't care how many times I see these things, they still astonish me. I really don't. Really, it's amazing how many times later on in the day you get these ones. Now, I gotta admit, this is very, very choppy. This is not typical, but how many times later on in the day, these ones that were really, really alive, later on in the day, they get the volume coming back and they just pop. Now, I'm convinced that some will probably try to short this in the content or for the contest. I'm not a recommendation. I'm just saying it's a matter of when. Ah, man, I wish I had more, but and you can see, I mean, you just have to, if you're looking for active stocks, I mean, this right here, just take a look. All you have to do is just click on some of them and see where they're setting up, if they are setting up. Look at this topsy-turvy leaderboard now. So Paul 47, Van Mark 43, Spanky at 41. So wow. So yeah, so Van Mark came all the way back. Spanky back up to number 2, but Van Mark came back. Remember, whoever finishes first after tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern time wins a $4,000 Amazon gift certificate or gift card. And if you want to take out a Centerpoint, if you do want to take out a Centerpoint account, there's some goodies there too. Wow, look at Airi now, guys. It's trying to make a new high here. And the high of the day was 950. I mean, I'll be amazed if it takes it out. Well, here we go again on the leaderboard. Vanmark has now reclaimed second place, 4,000 behind Paul. Still in that trade. You can see at one point he was down about 20,000 in that trade. It has come back now for him. All right, guys. Again, I got about maybe 8 minutes left. So if you have any questions, William will not be keeping the room open. So when I leave, I'm closing down both rooms. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. I think this was an AI alert yesterday or ASNS or a couple of days ago. Yeah, a couple of days ago, ASNS. Well, having a bit of a run here at the end of the day. Not a great relative volume, only 0.25, skewed because of this month where it had, what was it, 256 million shares that month. Well, here's a drop now for OLMA, a little drop out of this consolidation right here. OLMA. The next low looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's, yeah, I mean, it's got room in 72 or so, but 80 cents or so to that next low. If you're looking for something maybe to take a look at. Well, Airi and GDC going in opposite directions right now. It'll be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow, to see if this news that pumped it today, if it can be sustained for at least another day. Because you know what happens? I mean, this will show up on everybody's scan at the end of the day as one of the big movers, of course. You know, it's up 136%. And so what will happen is this will show up on people's end of day scans. And then they might look at, wow, wonder what the news was. They'll see that news, and who knows? Maybe there'll be a second day continuation on it. Ooh, Oliver, I know what I'd be telling your buddy right now. No shortable for me. So this is another one that is showing up on that. Well, it's not showing up on the scan. The reason it isn't is because the relative volume is too low. Doesn't mean you can't. Well, also that's on a 5 minute chart. Did it happen on a 3 minute also? No, did not happen on a 3 minute anyway. Okay, guys, it's 2:30 now. I'll hang around for maybe another couple of minutes. If I don't see any questions, I'm going to take off. Okay, and so the room will not be open. William is not going to be able to keep the main room open till 4. So I will be taking off pretty soon. I'll hang around if there are questions. Oh, okay. I can answer that one. M. Budna. So click on new from the toolbar. Okay. First of all, I want to make sure, can you hear me and see what I'm doing before I continue? Okay, I'm still waiting for a response. Can you hear me and see my screen? M. Budna, before I continue, you asked a question about how to activate your Your go no go scans. Maybe you can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, good, good. I just don't want to continue if you can't hear me. Okay, so the first thing you do, click on New from the toolbar. Okay, click on New from the toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. Okay, when you do that, you should get this sort of a screen popping up. You can see right there we have the Go No Go Charts channel. Click on it. Okay, now hopefully you've I mean, if you haven't, seen these two videos and all this, I mean, you've already taken out a subscription. I would hope you've taken a look at this, but you can always look at it later, I guess. But now, right now, what you're seeing, this is not a go no go chart. All you have to do to get it into a go no go chart, click on any one of the alerts that you see here. Doesn't matter which one. Okay. When you click on an alert, it turns into the go no go chart. Okay. So that's the first. So did that work for you? Number one. Now, if it didn't work for you, well, first of all, did it work for you when you clicked on one of these alerts? Did it? Oh, it is working. Okay, perfect. Now, if you want, you don't have to stay in the channel. Okay, if you want, like what I've done, I've got my go no go charts free floating. You want to stay in the channel? That's fine because when you click on an alert outside, it should it should change. But if you want to take it, if you want to sort of get it outside of the channel, then all you have to do is right click and then duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, now your go no go chart is free floating. You can put it anywhere you want. So you don't have to have the channel open. And of course, now you can change your time frames and if you don't care about having, this insert, you don't care about having all this information, up to you. I like a cleaner chart, but that's up to you. Now you can, and see, this is what I've done. So I duplicated this chart a few times, three more times, so I could create my different time frames. No, you can duplicate the chart. Now I've got a bunch of go no go charts, all free floating. Well, this is in a doc, but I mean, I've got a bunch of them, all free floating. All you have to do is keep copying it. So if I copy this chart or duplicate it. Okay. So now I've got two. Then you can change your time frames. Okay. Now, the thing is, if you don't do any of this, okay, you don't have to. Like, in other words, take the chart out and have it free floating. If you go back, watch what happens. So, if I go back, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then I do this again, go no go charts. Notice that you'll always have to go through this step, okay? Because you always have to, to get them back to a go no go chart. If you leave the channel and then come back to it, you always have to click on one of the. Just doesn't matter which one. You just click on it, and it turns into a go no go chart again. The bottom line is, they say any changes you make in a channel, they'll remain as long as you stay in the channel. But the minute you leave the channel and then you come back, and that goes for any channel. You go back, you leave the channel and come back. It's going to be how you first saw it. And meanwhile, guys, Airi. Okay. Now, the other thing you may have been hearing me, I've been using this scan. We're still, it's a work in progress. Okay. And this is the Go Momo 3 minute. And what it's trying to do, and to show you where you can find that, is if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new, and then go down to Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer. This Market Explorer box will pop up. Right click on it. And then where it says select strategy, just hover and another box will pop up. Go down to the go, no go. On. And then at the bottom here is the Go Momo 3 minutes. And so what that is a very specific scan. And what it's looking for. So the scan is looking now, just because you get an alert, of course, it doesn't mean you just hop onto the trade, okay? But what it's looking for, if now, hopefully you kind of looked at the videos, you kind of understand the concept about what's happening with go no go. So when you see orange, I'll use BMEA example. When you see, and I'll just use the daily chart. It doesn't matter what time frame. So if you use the daily chart, and orange means don't take the trade at all. The system doesn't see an advantage either going long or short. When it transitions to this cyan, now it's saying, oh, okay, the trend is getting a little bit stronger. And then when it turns blue, it's saying, okay, now we feel this is a stronger trend. Whoa, I'm wrong about the FFIE, guys. Look at the FFIE. And I think it just got halted. When I say wrong, I mean, I thought maybe it would not have the end of day pop. Okay, so that is what the transitions are all about. The typical one would maybe go from orange to the cyan to the blue. That's on the long side. And if it was something short, it would go orange to say pink and then deep purple. Okay. So what we're finding though is that, and this is working on a 3 minute chart. Now, if you're not an intraday trader, then none of this none of this will matter to you. But what we're finding is that if the transition say goes from orange right to say deep purple or to the blue, that is more powerful than having that little intermediate step. So what the scan looks for, it looks for either a transition from orange to purple immediately, or only one of say the pink in between. So in other words, only one bar separating going from orange to the deep purple. Or if we're looking at going long, orange to blue, or just one bar in between. Hopefully this all makes sense. That's what the scan is looking for. So that's why there's an alert here, because you can see orange to deep purple right there. Okay. That's what the scan is looking for. Boy, this FFIE, well, where could it go? So it didn't. So the high of the day is up here at around 869. So does that all make sense? My explanation about go no go and all. If not, I can. Don't think you're bothering me. I don't have to go. I don't use any scans for after hours. If you're talking to me, Grumpy, I don't do any scans after hours anymore. Take a look at the leaderboard again. So Spanky is still hanging tough in second place. Van Mark is starting to drift down again. Andy has not taken a trade in a while. But Paul is still leading. Like nothing surprises me anymore. It would not surprise me if ARI took out the high up here at some point, 950, maybe even after hours. This is not a recommendation to take this trade, guys. It's just nothing surprises me. It's facing pretty nicely just underneath 9. We get a pop through 9 and this could take off. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, look what I was talking about. Look how the volume, the enthusiasm has come back. You can look at it on a 5-minute chart. You can look at it on a 3-minute chart, but you can just see the volume is coming back. Okay, guys, almost 2:45. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to take off. I might try to do some trading on my own. Again, I'll hang around if there are questions. Okay, so FFIE just opened. Just opened. The hot price was 810, and it's a little bit above that now. All right, I don't see any questions, so I think I'm going to just take off now. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. But the main room will be open. Usually it's open, I want to say 7:30-ish or so. All times Eastern, of course. And so there will be somebody, Chris or William usually opens it around that time. I don't get on the mic until 9. Look at that drop now for FFIE. Okay, so have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing and mute myself now in the main room. And now for YouTubers, I must shut you guys down now.